Welcome back, everybody, to the World Cup. It's quarterfinals, day one, and we are live from Resort Rio here in Goa. I'm Jan Gustafsson, joined once again by Grandmaster Peter Leko for these quarterfinals. Peter, we have a really international lineup. We have 2 Uzbeks, 1 Indian, 1 American, 1 Mexican, 1 Russian, 1 German, 1 Chinese. Is chess truly a global game?
Well, it seems so. Yeah, it's lovely to see these quarterfinals. Yeah, we have seen a lot of surprises, but yeah, all the players who are here in the quarterfinals made some tremendous efforts to be here, and I'm looking forward to all the matchups.
Very much so. It's not the matchups anybody would have expected, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got here yesterday's dramatic tiebreaks. What tense tiebreaks it was, and Martinez, Donchenko, Esipenko, and some Shankland advanced to these quarterfinals. Let's have a look at who is playing whom. No one there yet? Then I'll read it out. We have Martinez against Sindarov, Arjun Erigaisi, the sole remaining Indian, against Wei Yi. Those are our heavyweights when it comes to rating. Esipenko versus Sam Shankland, one of the giant killers here in this field. And then Nodirbek Yakubboev, the second man from Uzbekistan, against the last remaining German, Alexander Donchenko. Peter, predictions. Who's going to make the semifinals? No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. The pressure is on the players. Well, we have seen so many surprises so far. I don't dare to predict anything. I just would like to highlight few things. Sam Shankland in his interview was saying that he might be naive, but he still believes that he's a 2700 plus player. And I want to confirm, you remember what I told you yesterday during
Again,
the show.
with the Shankland talk, he's good at chess, we got it.
Yes, exactly. So I fully agree with Sam that, yes, we also think, Sam, that you are a 2700 plus player. And the same applies to Esipenko. Whenever I see Esipenko's 2685 rating, I feel like this is complete joke, because I have had the chance of commentating the Grand Swiss in 2023 from Isle of Man, and he had all the chances to qualify for the candidates. So actually, it's absolutely no surprise that Esipenko is still in the run, and if he makes it, I think it's just a natural kind of development. But all the others, Sindarov, very...
Overrated.
No, absolutely not. He's, I think, 27, 28 or something like this. Absolutely rightly so. Very energized, very determined, very young, very fresh, and very hungry. We could see that was an incredible matchup before with Frederick Swane. Martinez, the absolute dark horse, whom I have not seen coming at all, and he's here knocking out Hari Krishna, and he was just better in the tiebreaks. Yeah, sorry, my heart is breaking for Hari. I love him so much and respect him so much, but yeah, Martinez actually just dominated that tiebreak. And we could be talking about all the other guys. We have witnessed Alexander Donchenko in this incredibly crazy tie breaks. We already couldn't take it, but he still managed to handle it and knocking Liam out of the tournament. Yakubboev, another very energized Uzbek chess player, very dangerous. Jan, what are your predictions?
I will say Sindarov is the favorite, Arjun is the favorite, Esipenko is the favorite, and Yakubboev is the favorite. Doesn't mean I'm rooting for them, but those are the higher rated players. I know this tournament has taught us rating doesn't mean that much, but we gotta go by something. And before we talk about it further, we will go to the playing hall where Charlize is ready.
We are live in the playing hall, and I just want to check in with the first player and only player who is here, Wei Yi. Just want to check in here with quick. How do you feel today?
Good.
Good.
Yes.
Ready for the classical games against Arjun, the match to watch?
Yes.
Well, this is definitely the match to watch because it's the two top players of the tournament remaining, two 2700s. As we can see, Arjun is arriving now. If we look at the camera over there, the first two players of the day to come are both Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. Now, this is going to be very interesting to see if the match is going to be decided in classical or if they're going to go to tie breaks. Both of them have had a pretty smooth sailing so far, beating really strong opponents, but now it all comes up to this. I was talking today to one of our officers that it's kind of sad that there's no reality where both of these players will be in the candidates because they're both so incredibly strong. But nonetheless, that means we're also going to see amazing, amazing chess. The quarterfinals are here, top 8 remaining. Let's see who's ready for this and who's going to win the fights. Stay tuned. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Charlize. Peter, I have an important question. In the hotel, there are all these wise sayings around written with chalk. You've probably seen them. Yeah, like every day when you go to lunch, there's some
there is
quote by Vachier. And I read today, it said, Hare Krishna is out. Erigaisi is the last remaining Indian player. 1.4 billion people are watching. No pressure. Isn't that tough to write? Like Arjun, he's walking by there. He will read this.
Well, actually, I haven't seen Arjun in the restaurant yet.
I've seen him.
You have seen him?
Yeah, he's around.
He's around. Okay, I thought like he's hiding somewhere, doing all his prep, because what we have seen so far from him in the tournament was really stunning. Yeah, brilliantly prepared. Well, the pressure is for sure there, but there was suddenly pressure on Wei Yi. Yeah, I don't think that Wei Yi will ever again arrive early to the round because he was.
No, it was a great interview.
Yes,
good,
it was fantastic.
But before the game, players are so focused.
Exactly.
Like,
yes, it's just impossible to talk to them.
Yeah. So let's have a look at our matchups in detail. We have Sindarov. Okay, let's have a look at the prize fund. But the main thing is, of course, people are making good money at this stage. The main thing is the top 3 spots where not only do you make more money, but you also qualify for the candidates tournament. And that means out of the 4 winners we will get in these quarterfinals, 3 we will see in the candidates tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the big goal of all the players here. But in order to get there, they have to try to distance themselves from this. Yeah, just focus on one game, not even on the match, but just on the very next game. Because
next move.
Yeah, next move kind of. Yeah, if you just travel with your mind already somewhere else where you shouldn't, then you will be knocked out. You will be traveling home pretty soon. And keeping your cool, your calm, how do you recover from all these emotions that, for example, the players who made it in the tiebreaks had yesterday night? How do you sleep after that? That's kind of already decisive, because we are on the quarterfinals, 6th round. Already we are here for kind of 3 weeks slowly, and the players need the way to find the way to get the energy going.
Yeah, this is a rough tournament. Donchenko yesterday, after this absolute roller coaster, he finishes his tiebreak at 8 p.m., whatever it was. Then you go to dinner, and then you want to rest a bit, but you realize you're black against Yakubboev the next day. So there is no breaks, and it's why it's one of my favorite tournaments. it shows who has the most endurance as well. Let's have a look at the bracket and the way to the final. Martinez versus Sindarov, Yakubboev versus Donchenko, Shankland against Esipenko, and Wei Yi against Arjun Erigaisi. So that means in the semifinals we'll get the winner of Wei Yi Arjun against Shankland or Esipenko, the winner of Yakubboev versus Donchenko against Martinez or Sindarov. Are the players arriving? See some guys there. Donchenko arrived at the board. Yakubboev is also there in his trademark white t-shirt. And it looks like the other guys are still missing. There we see Jose Martinez, revelation of this tournament. He's been a legend of the online game and the online discourse for a while, but to see him do that well in classical, so well prepared, growing as a player, it's been very impressive. He's mentioned he now has a sponsor, he doesn't have to play every online blitz tournament, but focuses on his improvement classical, and it's certainly showing here.
How old is he, by the way?
He's 25.
25, yes. Okay, so already he also has experience, but he still has all the energy. That's kind of a very good age for professional chess.
Some people even played World Championship matches when they were 25.
Yes, there were players like this, but yeah, Martinez is not trying to get to his candidates, and yes, I'm a very big Mexico fan, and so nice to see, and I can imagine what's going on. I had the privilege of playing in Morelia.
Oh, he's already 26?
Already 26.
We take it all back.
All right, well, that's also still good. Yeah,
no, it's still fine, yeah?
It's still fine,
Till
yes.
28, you can keep it up more or less?
Exactly, after 30 it slowly starts to get really tough.
Tell me about it.
But yeah, I'm just so happy for Mexico and for all the Latin American countries, because I had the privilege also to play in Colombia, in Cuba, in Argentina, and I know that how much people love chess there. It's just incredible. This experience in Morelia was one of a kind, and also the World Championship in 2007 in Mexico City. I will never forget those memories.
Yeah, Jose Martinez, born in Peru, of course, representing Mexico, but I'm sure in Peru they're very proud of him as well. Let's have a look if somebody else arrived and if we're getting into first move mode. Today, the Indian Police Service Director General of Police of Goa, Sri Alakumar, will make first move on board 1. And we have Guru Rakshit, the Global Chess League Commissioner, making the first move on board 2.
Mr. Alok Kumar, Indian Police Service, the Director General of Police of Goa, and Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, Global Chess League Commissioner. They're going to make the first move for white and for black on the board against Arjun Erigaisi. Please make your moves.
Wow, knight f3, that's a novelty in first moves made here. e4, d4, we've seen plenty. Choice.
D5?
Yeah.
Solid.
Hang on, they can't both touch the pieces. Someone's move.
Thank you very much.
A lot of handshaking. I don't think Wei Yi is going to play one knight f3. What do you think?
No, he could. You know, and the reason why I say he could, because I have done all this crazy preparation against with 1e4 against Arjun, and I felt like, yeah, here's the handshake.
1e4.
Let's see. No, it will be knight f3 maybe. But no, e4, okay.
Oh!
Okay, wow, this is a big surprise. And the reason why it's a big surprise, because I have done all the preparation, my head was kind of exploding, and on the way to the playing hall I thought like, maybe I should just play one knight f3 and you know, play a game. But yeah, e4, e5 on the board.
We will see what Wei Yi chooses. Knight to f3. He does enjoy the Italian, but like anybody, he can play. the Spanish as well, and we've seen him play the 4 knights here in the round of 16, where was it 4 knights? No, where Sevian blundered that pawn early was knight c3.
Yes,
c6,
but it will be Spanish.
Yes.
Yes, bishop b5 on the board. Yeah, there is just no reason not to play the Spanish against Arjun. That's what I felt, because he doesn't have a very well established, solid kind of repertoire. Yeah,
he likes a6 bishop c5 or some sidelines, but it's not like he can shut you down with the Marshall or the Berlin. It's not his style, no?
Exactly, yeah. Okay, he actually, to my big surprise, I noticed that he could potentially even play the Marshall, and I had no idea what I will do against the Marshall if he does it, but I thought, like, okay, let him first play it. And you see,
knight f6.
We might be seeing the classical Spanish.
Well, knight takes e4. Prague is a big expert. We've seen it from Arjun as well. Wei Yi sometimes goes d3, not allowing it. No, he castles. He's saying, I'll play main line, you play whatever surprise you want, but if I play the main moves, probably it will be harder for you to do anything too crazy. Arjun taking moment, but he goes bishop e7.
Yes. I told you, yeah, I just prepared against him, and I understood that he can play the Marshall, and I thought, like, all right, will it be ridiculous that if he castles, I will think for 10 minutes for my next move, or should I just pretend like I have everything prepared? Of course, I have everything.
That's why he has all these sidelines, so that people then are surprised when he plays main lines. Yeah, like against Levon with black, he also played an absolute main line in the Italian, e5, bishop c5. He's saying it's go time.
Exactly. I also would like to say that this also shows that how much he has grown as a player, because I do recall him reaching 2800 like a year ago or something like this, and I believe that he's now so much more stronger and so much more mature than a year ago when he had 2800 plus.
So what's his rating now on the Leico ratings?
Well, okay, I think he's 2775 officially, now in the live ratings. And I don't want to judge him by rating. I would like to judge him by, you know, the way how he grows as a player, that he is making this switch from having this tricky, and he goes d6. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, he is making himself very unpredictable, because he has weapons to play in opens for win against low-rated players. He already now having a solid repertoire against top guys in classical openings as well. I just feel like he's become a complete player.
A d6, that of course is how everybody used to play. Like 50 years ago, the Chigorin, the Breyer, the Zaitsev, all these very classical variations, but it's not such a common guest in modern chess, mainly because the computer gives you a decent evaluation most of the time. What do you think he has in mind? Just castle bishop b7, or can we expect some more Arjun surprises? What does he do here?
Yeah, well, maybe it could be the Zaitsev. Yeah, it would also suit his style perfectly, to be honest. Yeah, d6, c3.
Where he is playing strictly main lines
on the board, so we're gonna see this very soon.
Black normally castles, then h3 is the main move. Then is a big choice, bishop b7, knight a5, knight b8. Rook e8.
Okay, but this is a dream come true. This will be a classical Ruy Lopez. I have done so far only one chessable course, and it was exactly on the classical Spanish. I wanted to share all my insights, my knowledge is also opening preparation in many very important lines. I just feel so much at home in this opening, and that's why I'm also a little bit angry with the Marshall from the white side, that no, please don't play the Marshall. Give me a chance to show all my experience in the classical Spanish.
Yeah, because white is better.
not
please,
necessarily.
Let me be better.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. I mean, please show me where is the advantage against the Zaitsev. I don't know any advantage, but it's at least a completely different kind of game, a little bit slower. And bishop e6.
Bishop e6, there comes the Arjun surprise. Although he's played this line before, it's not a total surprise. But yeah, he doesn't stick with the main lines here. It's a line he enjoys. White has two main moves, takes and pawn to d4. As far as I know, pawn to d4.
And also d4 immediately.
Yeah, that's what I mean. As far as I know, this is supposed to be somewhat better for white. The old classical line.
Well, Korchnoi played it against me in Dresden Olympia, this bishop e6, and I felt like, oh my God, I haven't looked at it for 15 years or something like this. That was my feeling.
This is what I know. I was always scared of g5, but now knight takes g5.
Wow, Jan, you know everything.
Not everything. I'll have to watch your course to brush up, but some things I do know. Of course, Arjun is aware of this as well, and he will play some different move, but it's supposed to be better for white. Like you can play rook e8, and then you get your sort of torture thing, c4 or queen d3 and c4, whatever. But I'm very curious what he has in mind.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, because so far we have seen that Arjun comes up always with some surprise. Well, against Levon it was also a surprise because suddenly he played one of the most fashionable main lines in the Italian. That was the surprise. So, and now bishop e6. Okay, nobody could have.
Is this still a dream come true, or doesn't this count as classical?
It is a dream come true for white, unless you know that you are playing it against Arjun, who had definitely and he also had a rest day yesterday. So he probably anticipated this whole opening, and with all the super engines, you can come up with creative ideas everywhere. In this regard, I'm not sure, but otherwise, yeah, if anyone else plays bishop e6 without special preparation, then we are more than welcoming it.
I'm pretty sure he's done this before, I wonder. But he does so many things. There's also the advantage. If you play 15 lines, your opponent can't check all of them in detail. Or maybe you manage, but in general it's tough, yeah?
Yeah, very tough. Yeah, finally it also comes at a cost that you stop at some point and you think like, okay, if this happens, okay, that's enough. I will take it from there. This is how I fell victim in the rapid game against him. Yeah, that the line that we reached in the rapid portion and we both blitzed out was something that I prepared for the classical portion, but just like going through that, okay, this I can play, but it was a very demanding position, yeah? So in classical, probably I would have spent half an hour and understand how to punish his mistake, but like this I got confused, and by trying to punish, I punish myself, so it's always tricky.
Chess is rough. Let's have a look at some of the other games, actually. It's just 4 games, so we will follow all of them in detail, of course. What's happening in Shankland against Esipenko?
Well, here I'm shocked. Yeah, here I'm shocked.
Very tight from Shankland. Bishop takes f6, maybe. He was surprised for a change. Because bishop takes f6 is not the critical move, of course.
But wait a second. Let's go from step by step, from the very early move order, because this is not the usual Ragozin. This is c4, e6, knight c3, d5, d4, knight f6. And then CD, bishop g5, bishop b4. Yeah, of course, this is a big shock to Sam. Yeah, Sam had been playing the tiebreak yesterday, and what Esipenko has shown so far in the tournament against Vincent Keimer, for example, was not to play third move knight f6, but the very solid bishop e7. Compared to the very solid classical third move bishop e7, this is like a crazy change, a crazy shift. Yeah, bishop e7, and then he was willingly going for passive position, trying to defend, and now he goes for the wildest. So that's why Sam is immediately taking it to quiet waters.
Yeah, Sam has been incredibly well prepared in this tournament. But here, after e3, h6, of course, the main move is bishop h4. Bishop f4 is also interesting. But then you typically get some very complex stuff, g5, bishop g3. Let's say h5, threatening to win the bishop. Here, many moves, h3, h4, and so on. But this typically leads to a mess. And if you're not prepared for this with white, while Andrey and Paravian, I'm not sure they want to go here, but I'm just saying the nature of the play is very, very specific. Then it's easy to try to bail out. Although I think bishop f4 is very, very safe if you're looking for a bailout. Because he takes, queen takes.
Okay, he gave queen a4 check.
He's trying to transpose to this sort of line in the Ragozin with knight on f3, but even that line is not supposed to be very dangerous. And what I learned about these positions over the years, they're not safe for white. You think I'll play something very solid, but these positions, if you allow black to get whatever, bishop e6, castles, a6, bishop d6, this Caspar structure with black as the bishops, can move the knight and you go g5. It's not like you're just being quiet and making a draw. They're actually complicated.
Yeah, that's complicated, but Sam is trying to use the chance that his knight is still on g1 and he opted for knight g2 with the idea of... Yes,
okay.
With the idea of going a3, bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, because the pawn on d5 is kind of hanging for the moment.
Also, maybe we were wrong again. Maybe he is prepared, yeah? Maybe this is what he wants, because the blitz out knight g2.
No, he didn't blitz it out, but how much he spent some time.
26,
yeah,
it says here.
For Shankland standards, he spent quite some time.
Interesting. Now the thing is, black could castle.
And then we play a3.
a3, we take.
Yeah, and then at least I got rid of your pair of bishops. Yeah.
But even this, like in general, of course,
it's very solid.
I'm not saying black is better or anything, but I'm saying it's not drawn. You go c6, bishop f5, and if you get this dream position with knight on d6, like these classical games, what was it, Sachis, Kasparov, and Petrosian games and so on, Nikolic, Kramnik. It's not a draw. Like you can't be super solid like that. You have to be ready to play these positions. So if he wants to bail out, I'm not sure this is a good choice. But
I think there was an interview with Esipenko yesterday with Lichess TV or with someone or chess.com. I don't know. But the point was that they told him that good luck tomorrow. And he said, we play tomorrow. And then, yes, you play tomorrow. And then he said, good. Yeah, like he was happy, like it's better for him to keep on playing rather than to have a rest day. Did he have in mind already that, yes, I will come up with a surprise, so good luck to my opponent.
Who knows, but yeah, he's spending a lot of time here with the second Paravian, who's a well-known, not just theoretician, but also a very creative guy, always looking for sharp new ways to play, and so far it's worked out very well for Esipenko. Now, I'm curious, has he castled already now? Because there are options for black here. You can't even go wild.
No, that will not happen. Somehow I don't see that coming, but you never know. Yeah, it's Andrey. After all, what kind of also impresses me in his play that he seems to be very universal, yeah, that against Vincent he understood that my best strategy is to be as solid as possible and wait for my chances in a faster time control games, while against Grebnev, after this slow kind of play, then he immediately came with very aggressive intentions in the very first rapid game in the tie breaks, yeah, that he is adjusting his play style very much to his opponent and also to the situation.
Yeah, also where you can strike. No, he has a luxury. He has a great theoretician here all the time as a second. And if your opponent will repeat the Petrov with knight f6, you try to hit it. So far, yeah, I've been very impressed with him. His preparation, his overall approach, always looks calm.
Yeah, but I would like to add something, yeah, because yeah, we are praising Paravian. Clearly, he deserves it. But in order to make the maximum use of a person and such a creative player like Paravian is when you as a player are ready, yeah, that you can do all these things, because you can have a second who is very creative coming up with your ideas, but if you are not good enough as a player to be able to be so flexible and to make the most of it, then actually the best second in the world cannot help you. Yeah, so you first need this incredible fundament and this combo of Esipenko being ready already as a player to be able to react to all these things benefits very much from David's help. That's how I feel it.
All right, let's have a look at Sindarov against Martinez. I doubt this position is on the board because it said last white move was rook d1.
Yeah, it was queen takes d1, rook d1.
Would be good. It's as usual, d takes c. And the computer got confused here. Takes. So what was this? Queen's Gambit accepted, and I think you even mentioned it yesterday. There is a trend here to make some
bishop e7
non-a6, knight c6 move. We've seen Esipenko play queen c7, and Martinez plays bishop e7, another fashionable move. Sindarov just takes on c5.
Yeah, and here again comes a very interesting psychological moment. Yeah, and I think that we are covering classical chess games and we only have 4 games. We have time to really talk about many different aspects. And I still feel that Jose's opponents don't really know how to assess him. Yeah, and I still feel like they somehow believe that Jose is an extremely dangerous player, full of tricky lines. We should not be entering that. Let's try to play a little bit more dry and then try to squeeze out something. But actually, this can also heavily benefit Jose because they are not really testing him. Yeah, now, so I don't know exactly Bishop E7, D takes E5, how serious this line is. We know that in the classical Queen's Gambit accepted, D takes E5 is considered to be a very important main line. By now, I think quite nicely neutralized, but it was there for like 2 decades, thanks to Kramnik's contributions, early 2000s, so a very serious line. But also Hare Krishna yesterday had this kind of, that's the impression that we got here, I think, in the studio also, that he was afraid to go into the Rouse and main lines and to challenge Jose because he was afraid of some tricky preparation. And Jose can use this to his advantage.
Yeah, I also need to do a lot of work to get in these situations because he has to surprise all the time. Yeah, now he's surprised with Bishop E7, yesterday with the Rouser. And if you just surprise and you don't have a clue, like, you can't play every position. So clearly a lot of work being done there. I have to admit, I've never checked this Bishop E7 in much detail. D takes C5 is sort of logical because you're winning a tempo compared to the A6 line, but the question is the pawn better on A6
exactly.
or on A7? Because this is now takes, or bishop takes C5, I think, considered to be cleaner, sort of established theory. But sometimes this pawn can be a bit of a problem, like if white gets to do something on these squares. So what is this version? Oh, sorry, he took on D1, rook takes, and he took, yeah?
And knight BD2, I think, was played.
Knight BD2.
Or not, knight C3. No, knight C3 was played.
Knight C3 is typically more aggressive.
Yes.
You can bring the other knight via some route.
It is more aggressive, but yes, you highlighted that the pawn is not on A6. It makes it a very special one. I can also reveal a big secret. Yeah, I'm not a D4 player, so I'm not familiar with this latest development with Bishop E7, but I do remember that even Anish played it against someone, maybe even in Prague first round. I remember, and I was even thinking like, why on earth is Anish doing this to himself when he can play all the good openings? Maybe this is a good line. That's that's how I see it.
I kind of like it from Sindarov, though. Like, I'm also not into details here, but I know Sindarov, and we've seen what a technician he is in his matchup against Frederick Svane. And like this, you make sure you have some slight pressure. Maybe Jose can neutralize it, but these positions, they aren't over yet. Also, looks like Javokhir has seen this before, playing fairly quickly. And especially in this first game where you never know how much risk do you want to take and so on, I think this is a good situation because you're just pushing with this small edge and black still has to be precise. And I've played these positions with A6 instead of Bishop E7 with black. Even if you clicked it with a computer and you know it's zeros, then over the board you see all kinds of small troubles. And if you play it for the first time, these aren't so simple to draw. So I like Sindarov's choice.
Yes, it's very interesting. And also he's just, I think, 19. Yeah, we already checked it. He's just 19 years old and we know him like a very aggressive player who is fantastic in complications. We have seen that, but we have also seen his incredible technique against Frederick Svane. So it's just also crazy how universal, how good these young players are already. Yeah, and they are also completely open-minded, not like, okay, just give me some position where I can attack, but also they appreciate these small nuances and the ability to put some psychological pressure and squeeze the opponent.
Or maybe we're just overthinking it and he knows DC5 is first computer move, 0-4, okay, let's go, yeah? I mean, that also makes you universal if you play wherever the computer takes you. But now it's already a big decision for Jospin. It looks like this position, because I'm assuming after Bishop E7 you also have to check a lot of other stuff, but it looks like this maybe didn't spend so much time on. Typically, if you trade queens, you want a castle, but it's not obvious if the king should be on e7 or if he should castle. It's always a big choice. I think here, king e7, the problem is your king can be a target of some b3, bishop a3, or even, I don't know, a3, b4, knight b5. You typically don't have enough time to do this. But he's thinking, which is good news for Sindarov. He's going to castle, yeah.
He castles, yeah. He has to get his king to safety.
Okay, the standard plan is some b3, bishop b2. From Kramnik, we've seen all these early bishop e2 subtleties, and then some knight shuffling and vacating the square to f3. There was a big revelation when I saw this for the first time, because you think, okay, the bishop is already developed. Why is this guy moving it back to e2? But the bishop isn't really doing anything, no? As long as the pawn is on e6.
Yeah, and then he was setting up some knight e5, bishop f3 ideas also. Transferring. Knight was moving. And I think, Kramnik's point was that he was saying that this is not an end game, it's a queenless middle game. And this is one of the very interesting and instructive ways of thinking about the position, that actually all the other pieces are on the board, just because it's seemingly a symmetrical position, but white, and the move bishop e2 played classics. I told you that the Uzbeks have very nice Soviet chess education. That's how I feel.
And very nice engines, first computer move.
That as well.
Okay, still, black shouldn't be in too much trouble, but he has to decide now, for example, knight here, or do you try to play b6, bishop b7, knight bd7. But then you already have to think about, am I in time to get my pieces out, and how? I mean, these positions are much more venomous than they look like. Here, maybe here.
Yes, there are always some tricks, There is always some pressure, but okay, I think we have also covered now enough this symmetrical position. We haven't had a chance to look at Yakubboev against Donchenko, and it is one of my old classics. This is the f3 Grünfeld with knight e2, knight ec3. That was one of my favorite lines. I never played it, but I was analyzing it a lot.
So f3, the point is, if white goes knight c3, we've seen Donchenko plays the Grünfeld in this tournament. Then you take, and this is the stuff he had against Bluebaum and Le Quang with f3. White is saying, if you go d5, takes, knight takes after e4. There's no knight to take here, so you have to go back, which is also a big line, but I think I haven't followed it so much. This has fallen a bit out of fashion, like these old...
because it's compared to all the other Grünfelds, it's kind of a headache for black, that it goes on forever, it's very complicated, it's dangerous, and there is no real benefit, Black can never really be better, so people decided that going for the Zamish kind of c5 business, it's the direction to go.
Still very committal decision if you're not a King's Indian player. Like, even if computer told me this was good, I would never do this with black cards. I just don't feel comfortable at all in the structure. But Alex, he's a universal guy, and he likes complicated positions. He has his own approach. It's very hard to pin him down. Clearly he prepared this.
Well, I don't know how deeply he's prepared, but okay, both players are taking their time because they also move order issues and everything. I would like to, give credit to this 92 idea, to whom it's coming from Zoltán Varga, good grandmaster from Hungary, who already in 92, 93 used it as his weapon against the Grünfeld. That's why I tell you that I knew this from childhood, basically, that this 92, 93, and he was so happy, proud, and was causing so much damage to his opponents. And I think Vichy against Gelfand in the World Championship match 2012 played it, and Gelfand was prepared. It just also shows that these guys for World Championships check every single move.
Then we can explain maybe why knight e2, because it looks normal to put this knight here. But generally, the idea is you go knight e2, well, he played e6, but it's the same after castle, and you put this knight here. And the point is after takes, takes, which happens. Now, this knight, which looks stupid, actually has a much faster route to the c4 square, which is like the dream square after a4, knight d2, or knight a3, knight c4. While if you put the knights like this, then very often white's problem piece, I mean, this is theory, of course, but white's problem piece is this knight, which has to go to g3, where it can get kicked, or it has to go to c1, where it's unclear what it's doing. It's very hard to get it here. So in a way, the setup is much more efficient than the other one.
And the reason why I think that Alex is not prepared at all, because as you highlighted, I remember that ED5, CD5 was heavily benefiting white.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, it was very. Did you play A6, for example? Yeah, but
also you have all this knight H5.
Knight H5 businesses with all this F5 and
this knight is far away.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm a little bit worried here for Alex that he's actually falling right into Zoltán Vargas' idea from the beginning of 90s.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. I agree. I mean, you never know. If he checked it, maybe he has some deep point, but if he's thinking now, strategically, this is surprising. A6, A4, and now white sort of gets what he wants. He can develop the bishop and then bring the knight to the perfect square, and everything makes sense. And it's also what we talked about a bit, where if you play these long tie breaks and then you have to come down and eat and so on, then you have to get ready for all the openings again, very tough. Here we see Donchenko's road in this tournament, where he's defeated high-rated opponents every round since round 2. David Anton, Anish Giri, Matthias Blübaum, and Lee Kwang Liam, eliminating 2 of the candidates, Giri and Blübaum. But I agree, this looks like it hasn't gone well, also with the way he's looking at the position. He's thinking, no, this is not like he has his idea, he wants to show, he's freestyling.
Yeah, because the point is that I think Alex, I remember that when in 2017 I started working with Vincent, then he played against Alex, and the very first game we prepared against Alex was with d4. What happens if he plays the Benoni? So actually Alex has a lot of Benoni background, so he might be relying automatically on those instincts that he thought like, okay, EDCD A6 is always kind of good, it's the natural reaction, it's a fighting position, I'm very happy because I'm a great fighter, but this is a very specific one, and in the Benoni, normally he was playing, I think, after third move, knight f3. The knight was already kind of fixed on f3, so it's a completely different. Yeah, he was using this knight f3, c5 move order.
Yeah, this is different here. Okay, the knight can still go here, but this is a very different animal than what they got in this game. So far, probably not a great outcome of the opening. Also, Yakubboev, he likes the initiative, he likes principal chess, but he's not sure if this is fair to say because he has ideas, but he's not known for like being super deep in all the lines. He's more known for being fearless, and he will go for the principal stuff even if he doesn't know it. Here, if you give him like a good position, quote unquote, for free, he will be very happy. Yeah,
and now Alex goes for knight h5, so he knows, he senses that this knight h5 idea is kind of critical, very thematic now that white moved the knight from g1 to c3. But if I recall correctly, yes, now it's one move too late.
Yeah.
Let's see how quickly Yakubboev will react and how.
Okay, this should probably take him out of book because you're not supposed to go e takes d and knight h5.
But on the other hand, the thing is, you always check knight h5s, yeah? With knight h5 immediately, and also what happens if takes takes, but yeah, he's taking his time.
Can't check everything. You can go g4 if you want to.
Yes, and then after queen h4 check, you play like, you treat it like an f3 Nimzo, yeah?
I'm not sure what's going on here, knight g3.
No, then you take ag, there is bishop b5 check.
There's bishop b5, we haven't castled. Oh.
Yes, that's nasty. But he will play bishop e3, I'm pretty sure. Also, the way he looked at the board, he's about to make a move. He will play
also,
bishop e3.
I think this is sort of a line. Knight h5, and here you're supposed to go bishop e3, if memory serves. And then f5,
exactly.
Some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So he probably knows knight h5, you go bishop e3, and then ed. He probably wants to go cd anyway, so he can just transpose back to what he knows.
Yeah, sometimes when this happens, yeah, like you finally caught your opponent by surprise and he's about to make a move, and then you can get very upset that why didn't I check for like 30 seconds the so-called imprecise move order? Yeah,
that always happens. Yeah, you spend so much time looking for an idea, the opponent does something bad, and I didn't check this.
Exactly.
I should check the bad moves.
Yeah, sometimes
quotes.
This hunts the players, but of course you always kind of expect your opponent to know his stuff and to find idea against the critical lines. But he goes
he plays Queen E2.
Wow.
Ooh, okay.
That has to be preparation. It's otherwise you can't be playing a move like Queen E2 after 1.5 minutes.
So after check, he goes Queen F2, and he's happy with any endgame. Yeah, I guess he should be.
Well, I don't know. I have seen many things in this line so far.
But also G3 we can play. Yeah?
Maybe we can play G3, but
this Queen F2.
This Queen E2 is a complete new territory for me. I have never seen this coming, and also Alex. Look at the way how Alex reacts to Queen E2. Wait a second, what's happening here? I did not
understand the point, but I think now G4 is a big threat. Is one point, yeah. If castles G4, I mean Knight F6, you just lost so much time, and if Queen H4, Queen F2, this looks very bad.
Yeah, then this end. No, this is horror. Also Knight A3 or Knight D2, Bishop F4, whatever. Yeah, no, this is not the way.
So you have to do something immediately.
No, okay, there is this kind of idea, psychological idea that, okay, you're going to go G4, go G5, I will return to F6. Yes, I lost time, but you weakened. Oof. Yeah, but some people claim that I made a big step forward. Other people say that this is a weakening. It also very much depends on personality.
Yakubboev normally doesn't get to be asked twice. If he wants to go G4 or H4, we've seen his game against Sargsyan nowhere.
Of course.
He likes doing this stuff. And also the computer is on his side. But maybe you're right, maybe this is still... You're not happy, but you play this, you play 98, 97, and then you say, okay, maybe you checkmate me, but someday I could also have some counter.
Yeah, because the one thing we have to highlight that once A6, A4 pawn moves are included in the position, then the potential long castle for white is very much out of the books, because B5 pawn sacrifice will happen and you break through on the queen side, opening up the A file. And in this regard, if it really gets to some kind of an idea from white that white does not want to castle short but wants to insist on attack with H4, H5, then where do we put that king? Yeah, it's a very messy kind of position. And wait, but okay, now let's forget about it. Let's go back to Wei Yi, who after spending more than 20 minutes...
He took with the queen. He was surprised by this.
Exactly, and this is what I did against Korchnoi. That's why I wanted to come back to this. I also spent some 20 minutes and thought like, oh no, Victor prepared this very tricky bishop E6 line. And I also opted for queen takes B3 and got absolutely nothing.
No, AB, yeah. But,
of course, yeah, queen B3 is just nothing. But I also wanted
game continues, but it's not...
Yeah, I just wanted to get out of preparation, and so like I will play, but actually Victor even kind of blitzed out the next couple of moves, and then I had to kind of try to squeeze some completely equal position.
And Arjun blitzes out H6, which is also interesting.
Blitzes out, yeah?
Or no, played quickly at least.
Yeah, played quickly. Okay, at some point against Arjun, my only idea was to, to make him think for 10 seconds at least, yeah, because every single move was coming at tempo. It was like in every game with 135. It was not so pleasant.
Well, I'm surprised. Okay, I just have this engine here for our engine bar. It's a local engine, but it doesn't like H6. And I would expect Arjun on the sidelines, if he knows this stuff, he would just play the computer ideas, but maybe he checked further. It doesn't like H6 because of bishop E3. Very interesting move.
Ah, that you are using this trick.
Because of queen D5. Picks up a piece. And if you can't take, then after bishop E3 I get some sort of harmony.
Yeah, with knight BD2, yeah? But can actually someone help out in the chat that how was my game against Korchnoi? Because I remember that he played very precisely. And I got nothing, but it was 2008. I just can't recall how it went exactly, but Wei Yi goes for
It was
A4.
A4, okay.
Okay, but A4 is not
He's
something...
freestyling, clearly. He spent time,
Yes.
was surprised by this. A4.
Of course, it's a very typical move, yeah, trying to undermine black's queen side. Try to use the weakness on the light squares, but this was not supposed to be dangerous. But okay, it makes sense.
And just to show one funny line.
Yes, how does it end? Knight d4, knight takes.
Knight takes. You have to take, because if not, it's Zwischenschach. So takes, 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 attack.
This you are making up, or you are analyzing, or how are you so fast? I'm just trying to understand.
This is the first computer line. I have never seen this before, and this is what the computer gives. Yeah, and Arjun blitzes out queen d7.
Queen d7, yes.
He knows this stuff. And this ends in a draw, as usual.
Yeah, but basically it was clear that after a4, queen d7 will be played. Black can't afford to give up the a file with rook b8 going passive, because then ab, and the knight actually gets trapped immediately with d5. Even strategically speaking, there, could you just show that, Jan, for a second? If instead of queen d7, black would just make a careless rook b8. It's not only strategically bad, but it loses a piece on the spot. Takes d5.
Ouch.
And the knight is trapped.
No, but then, okay, I take everything back, and he prepared this h6, and he had some idea after bishop e3 as well. But even in the sidelines, he's tricky. I mean, even there, you don't know where he's going to go. It's the magic of Arjun. He finds a way to play on his territory. I don't know, not every game, but it feels like 80–90% of the time. And that also means he's normally knows stuff deeper than the opponent, even if it's not the best line. Such an advantage in modern chess. It's very impressive.
Yeah, super impressive. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
right.
Wei Yi now maybe could also be thinking, okay, you caught me by surprise.
Yes.
I will take the pawn. I calculated enough that I can see I'm never worse. But then the game could end quickly. Huh?
Yeah, the game could end quickly, yes.
Okay, anyway, we will see where it takes us. Which game do you want to see?
Well, okay, Alex is still thinking. Esipenko had opted for... Okay, let's get an update on Shankland against Esipenko. The Sindarov Martinez game is still rather slow.
Esipenko castled, and Shankland played rook
and
c1.
Yeah, exactly. Shankland... Sam played rook c1. That first, it surprised me that White really thinks that he has the luxury to play this move, and Andrey seems to be handling it in the very natural Ragozin spirit, but with the knight on e2 and not the knight on f3, is this the right direction, Jan? What is your feeling?
No, first of all, I think I have to take everything back. I thought Sam was trying to bail out and sort of freestyling, trying to be solid, but he's not. He knows this, he's prepared this. This is his idea, knight e2 and knight f4. And it is very interesting. And it looks like he took Andrey out of book with this. So once again, Sam showing very, very good preparation. Because, yeah, in this stuff we were talking about, like after a3, let's say takes there, black, I thought was comfortable getting to cover everything. But his point is, no, the knight wants to go here. And now if you take rook takes,
you can't
already
have
to be
yes.
very, very precise. Like knight e7, I'm targeting c7. And if not, it's not so obvious how black untangles. Like, I think this is sort of a typical
It's a natural kind of move, but you anyway have to give up the bishop.
Take,
Yeah?
Let's say rook take.
And then knight e7. Yeah?
And knight here. But even
this queen b4 ideas as well,
exactly,
no?
Yeah, no?
This slightly better endgames are maybe possible.
Yeah, it's never the end of the world, but here queen b4 and if takes c6, b5. This is sort of a dream for boring d4 players. So no, Sam is doing interesting stuff. And after rook c1, Compi doesn't love rook d8, which is the most normal move, that much, but wants to take here directly to clarify Then.
But it's so difficult, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's asking.
No, but wait a second. Maybe also you can take with, or if rook takes, then rook e8. Yeah, it's the famous pin along the e file. Yeah,
now,
let's just show this.
You don't allow this knight to go anywhere. Very subtle stuff. If knight f4, you can take.
Yes. Aha, wow.
No, Sam, I think he's prepared and he's asking some tricky questions.
Probably he's also very well prepared in the very sharp line there after bishop b4, but he just understood that I did not expect this to happen. And wait a second, what kind of hidden poisonous underestimated alternative do I have? And that's how I digged it out. Yeah, that because he didn't blitz it out. He spent some time, but you can't be so deep if you don't know the idea.
No, I'm sure. Yes. Seen it before, maybe.
Exactly.
Didn't have the details ready for this, but yeah, you don't play knight e2, rook c1, knight f4. If not. So now Andrey has to be somewhat precise. I don't think it's too scary, first of all, because it's a very classical structure and he will understand immediately what he has to do and what he has to avoid. But you need to find a concrete solution here for how to untangle. If you get all these moves, then you're fine, even if you have to give up the bishop. But it's not that simple. And what has he done? Looks like he made a move.
No, he didn't make a move. He just
no, he's just not there.
That's
Sam
why
his focus anyway.
Yeah, that's why Sam is such a terrifying opponent. I feel in these mini matches. Yeah, that you just feel that this guy gives his absolute all, and he's not willing even for 1 second to relax. Yeah, I think Sindarov in his interview said that he likes to walk around. He simply cannot think while his opponent is thinking, and that's also my kind of character. Yeah, that I just cannot sit there while my opponent is thinking. If I made my decision, made my move, I have to get up, walk around. I'm still thinking about the position, but I just don't like to be sitting there. But Sam is just working so hard in every single minute, second, trying to use his opponent's time for his advantage as well.
It is scary. All right. So
big
Andrey,
development.
Some development with some questions here. Where's the development?
Yeah, the development is in the Yakubboev Donchenko game. Just one move has been played, but it has kind of an effect,
D4.
and it changes a lot. And we have to, I think, catch up with this move. Try to understand the idea behind bishop d4, and Yakubboev has also slowed down. Bishop g7 to d4, trying to fight for the dark squares. What do you make of this, Jan?
I think he's just trying to stop g4, because now you can go queen h4 check, and there's no queen f2. I believe that's his main priority, because if you allow g4, we talked about it, you have to go back, you lose some time, and he doesn't want to do that. And therefore, very concrete play. g4, queen h4, king d1 is now probably too much. Even knight g3 might work. No,
knight g3, then there's queen e1. Okay, let's just show this, so you have to probably retreat.
King d1, knight
you
g3, you're right. We get pinned.
So that's a trick, but you can already say that, wait a second, okay, I just go back, and with this king on d1, to f6. If we are not losing on the spot, then I want to go to f6. Maybe even some bishop takes g4 sacrifice are looming in the air. Definitely you don't want to play like this with white.
Yeah, so Yakubboev is considering all this. Does he want to go g4? Does he want to play bishop e3? Does he want to do nothing? It's very complicated. So it feels like white could be almost winning if he gets what he wants, but if he doesn't, like these positions, there's always dynamics and weird stuff. Like bishop e3, you never know, do you want to take here, or what do you do next? It's too complicated for me, frankly.
Yeah, it's way too complicated. We can also move to the Arjun game because there had been development. I just wanted to highlight that, basically with bishop d4 we got some new action. And I wouldn't be surprised if Nodirbek is taking now some 15-20 minutes to understand how to handle this new situation. Your line is appearing on the Wei Yi Arjun Erigaisi board.
Oh, they did all this, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
No, Arjun knows this, and Wei Yi decided, okay, He tricked me, so let's not test him too much. And I'm still pawn up. But of course, Arjun will know this line till the end. Bishop f6, bishop e3, and I was showing rook b8. There's also rook a2. But it looks like black just wins the pawn back. It should end more or less peacefully.
Yeah,
not great for Wei Yi, no? I mean, draw is not a disaster, but to get blocked also in Arjun style, some surprising line, and you don't ask a single question, then tomorrow you're black, and you know Arjun will try. It's not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal. On the other hand, because I also had similar situation. Yeah, I had the white pieces in the very first game against Arjun, and he also surprised me with this variation, this very sharp line. He blitzed out everything, and my philosophy was that, okay, I know that I will be surprised with black also in my next game. So actually I immediately looked at the positives, that by finishing the game early, I will have so much more energy to repeat and get into my stuff with black. Yeah, this is how I was looking at things, that probably Wei Yi should also try to look at the positives. Yes, I got neutralized, but I also saved some energy for the second crucial game.
So does Arjun. And he's blitzing out rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah. Enjoying himself, driving his opponents crazy. That's what Arjun is doing in this tournament. Yeah,
yeah, rook e2, rook b4, rook d2, c5. This looks quite clean. Is there anything? Okay, rook e2.
Well, knight c3, but knight c3 would be another very natural move. If we kind of acknowledge that anyway we lose the pawn back, then we might go knight c3, knight d5. Try to pretend that we are active.
Yeah, you are, but are you better?
No, but I have already given up on...
Okay, no, white can equalize.
Well, okay, not equalize, but just to show that, yes, it's a draw, but I'm the one who is forcing you to make a draw. Yeah? That's kind of psychological. Yeah, you play c6, I take, I play f3, I cement, and okay, we look at each other probably. Already, I don't know, e5 is a bit tricky. It's not my style. No, e5, no.
Where's the cemento?
Yeah, where is the cemento? Yeah, bishop f4, then also you take knight h5. Okay.
Rook b4.
Yeah, tricky. All right. No. I don't like this. I don't like this, yeah. Yeah, probably just absolutely nothing for white, yeah.
Now here, this is what I wanted to show. There's one tricky move, maybe knight a3 here. The point is, if you take, we can fork.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
So black still has to show something. Compi goes knight b6 and is sort of holding it, but you still have to know some stuff, or be precise.
Yes.
Wei Yi is thinking about it, but draw is a big favorite. Where else is stuff happening?
Well, some updates in Sindarov Martinez. Probably we should also get that update.
Yeah.
Because quite some things had happened in this endgame.
Knight c6. Knight c6 I'm surprised by. It's a natural move and it's probably fine. But I would, if possible at all, I would want to put the knight on d7, so I have b6, bishop b7.
Yeah, this is one thing that I kind of also know about this type of positions. Normally, it's a common knowledge that the knight doesn't stay so well on c6, but probably black says that you also committed your knight to c3, that's why I can afford to do the same. But I'm just speculating. In any case, Sindarov played the move a3, preparing b4.
The knight here, b4 becomes more tempting maybe. b6, b4, bishop has to go back.
And he played e4.
This is a very ambitious move. It's also what we talked about, even if it's critical. We would not play it because we can
exactly, yeah.
Weaken some squares. You can play bishop b2, knight d2, enjoy yourself.
And honestly, I'm surprised by e4. And after rook d8, he captured on d8.
What's the point? He just wants to threaten e5 here after bishop b7. He wants e5. And
Concrete
you have a
play.
problem because rook d7 is there after, let's say, knight here.
But I think one of the very first moves that comes to mind after e4 is knight g4. Can you just tell me what happens after e4, knight g4? Was there a trick?
No trick, but you're not in time.
And bishop f6 looks c1, and yeah, you use all this horse on d6.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Fair enough.
So rook d8 was played, takes, black has to recapture somehow, but maybe there is a little pressure. Then bishop e3, rook d1. I don't know, I like how Sindarov is playing this so far. And let us have a look at some subtleties maybe in Arjun's opening. Angelica, what happened there?
Yeah, and Peter, it's nice to see we have less and less players, but the openings are they're not letting us down with openings. And here I heard Peter ask one question. Yes. What happened in his game in 2008 against Korchnoi? Exactly. So I found out. Fantastic. So here d5 was played. And you can also comment on the game if you want, just a few more moves. So take, knight a5, attacking the queen, queen c2, trade happens. Any comments?
Yeah, well, the comment is that, yeah, this d5 came as a shock to me because I thought, like, okay, I will take with the queen and I will play a slow game. And then d5 was kind of played very quickly. And I thought, like, bravo, Peter, you wanted to avoid preparation and you ran into preparation. So I took it very calmly. I took on d5 and then ended up in this position that I absolutely did not believe in, that I can really be better. But I tried to pretend. And finally, somehow I got a theoretically drawish endgame, rook endgame, but I could put pressure, and then finally I managed to win. But opening-wise, Victor solved all his problems.
Yeah, but what a game it was. I mean, in the end game, he managed to win. Otherwise, Peter, Jan, how is it going in this round? What are you feeling, your expectations? Will we see decisive games in this round, or players are trying to be solid?
I don't know, both I would guess. I mean, with white you see some different styles. Wei Yi, I don't think he's gonna manage. I think that's a draw. Then Yakubboev is going all out, but I think he always does, especially with white. He just likes playing chess, complicated stuff. There, a decisive result either way wouldn't surprise me. Sindarov is sort of taking the middle ground. He's trying to win, but not taking a lot of risk in this queenless middle game. So my over-under would be probably one decisive result. Peter, how many do you see?
Well, I can never really think about decisive results because then it means that somebody loses, and I don't want anyone to lose.
They can still be underrated. They can lose and still be underrated.
What I would like to highlight that in my mind, the game of the round is clearly Yakubboev against Donchenko. I feel like this game is played on 3 results. So if you ask me, it's much more likely that this game will have a winner than that this game will end in a draw. Yeah, that's my feeling. Of course, I can be completely wrong, but it's just such a complex kind of position. And we have also seen Alex yesterday, that what an uncompromising fighter he is. I don't know where he gets all this energy and all this fanatism that he's able to withstand all this pressure that he withstood yesterday. I think even in the breaks, we were trying to catch our breaths and we were thinking like, okay, how will he handle this miss again that with the white pieces he only needed a draw, and for no reason he played the way he did, and then the next game he again played brilliantly. It's very interesting, and Yakubboev on the other hand played a brilliant tournament so far. If Alex shows some weakness, then I'm pretty sure that Yakubboev will be able to use that to his advantage. I'm looking forward to that fight.
Yeah, and all the players know now they are one step closer to getting that spot in the candidates, because basically if you're going through, if you're winning this game, there is a huge chance you might draw tomorrow and then you're going to qualify to semifinals, and only there will be, as you're mentioning, one unlucky player who will not get there. I think everyone is trying to be also solid at the same time. No one wants to lose, but also we see so many risks on the board. I'm looking forward to see what we'll expect in this round.
Thanks a lot, Angelica. Still early. We will come back with fresh predictions in an hour. We will go on a break, but you should use that break to like and subscribe the FIDE Chess channel on YouTube. We want 500,000 subscribers before this tournament is over. It's not much time. Do it now.
Preparing for like 2 classical games against Prague took me like 10 minutes with the phone altogether. I didn't even use my laptop. I did it for the first time during the match, like in between the games today. I face Prague, and I mean, he's the one who probably spends like day and night looking at stuff. I mean, he still fails to like pose a single problem with white, so maybe like it's not about me. Anyway, I mean, it's a short distance. It's kind of hard to, I mean, like all the matches are tough at this stage, so it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, maybe I played a little bit better, maybe not. Anyway, it's very much about luck, I think. And also, someone beautiful wanted me to win this exact match badly for some reason, so I'm happy to deliver.
I think this person does for a living?
Bartender.
I think he works in a hotel.
In a hotel? Oh. Modeling?
Okay. Same, I guess.
Acting.
Okay, he's actually a chess player.
Okay.
And he's the best Hungarian chess player.
Shame on me, I should know, right?
Okay. Well, I'm sure he's a bartender on the side because chess makes no money.
Who was your chess hero growing up?
It's between Magnus and Vichy, because they played the matches when I started playing, and it was really amazing to follow them.
The Grandmaster Hampikonero, please make the first move on the board for Daniel Dubois. Thank you.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events, a knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place. And that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player 1 step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, 1 match at a time.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where 1 mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है। अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move. Come, 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 don't be late. It's your move. ए तो कोई खोर।
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग। शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन। विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन।
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है। खेल जमेगा खूब। It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, 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 don't be late. It's your move. Esto todo. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back to the World Cup quarterfinals, day one. Peter, we have our first result. Not too unexpected the way it went. Draw in Wei Yi, Erigaisi. What happened there?
Yeah, very logical. I think, yeah, let's take a look just to see the final moves. But since we knew that it is preparation from Arjun, it's no surprise that Wei Yi actually made sure to just shut the game down.
Try it, just finishing it. Exchanged everything and draw.
But you saw the small little humor of both players, including Rook D1 check and Rook D8 check before collecting the pieces. It just shows that they were, you see, Rook D8, it doesn't mean anything, but it's just a humor that you played Rook D1 check, I will also do the same to you. And yeah, because here was this Rook D1 check, which was also completely unnecessary, but was a nice way to show some humor by the players. Total liquidation. Great pep by Arjun, a good draw for him, but you know, one shouldn't be celebrating just because making a draw with black. It will be a very tough game, and as I said, as a benefit for Wei Yi, he will also have more time to get ready for his black game.
Yeah. Both players rushed back to the hotel. Just saw them. Big fight coming in tomorrow. Because I don't think Arjun will make a quick draw and rely on tie breaks. Tomorrow's going to be a fight. All right, let's have a look at some statistics from this World Cup so far. Most played first move. E4 is taking over, huh? Good old D4. In fairness, in my mind, D4, C4, Knight F3 are the same move. Like, if you're a D4 player, you can play C4, Knight F3 normally. But E4, it's still up there. Best by test?
I don't know if it's best by test, because I played E4, now Wei Yi played E4 against Arjun as well, and we both got surprised, and we got nothing out of E4. So, like I said, I was not surprised at all. If I would have not been surprised if Wei Yi really would have played Knight F3 in the first move, just to avoid any kind of this direct computer line preparations and just try to play a slow game. But on the other hand, it's also kind of always provoking before the game that, first of all, I don't know what Arjun will play, so I'm curious to see. Besides, I also don't know what he will play after first move Knight F3. that's the other kind of angle. If I would be sure that against E4 he plays 20 different things, against Knight F3 just one thing, then of course there would be even more reason to pick Knight F3.
Here we see the most played openings, and that's, I was going to say, slightly surprising, because Sicilian is leading, but it makes sense if you see there's Rui Lopez and Italian played at almost the same frequency, because I felt like E4, E5 was dominant, but together. Then if you add in Petrov, another 24. E5 is the most popular move, but by itself, the Sicilian is up there. The English, the Queen's Gambit. Mainstream openings, what happened? I was watching all these chessable courses on 1b3. No Stafford Gambits in this tournament. What's going on?
Yeah, well, probably the players feel like all those kind of lines had been already exhausted in the online scene. Yeah, because we have seen, for example, Knight F3, D5, B3. We have seen, I believe, millions of games already on top level. In
Knight F3, D5, E3 is even better than C4.
Is also, yeah, those kind of moves, and people are non-stop preparing for all those online events. They felt like, you know what, normally people don't like to play principal chess online, yeah, because it's more about fun and so on, and then keeping the serious stuff for a World Cup. Is that an explanation?
No, I completely disagree. If we got online statistics, they would look the same. It is the same openings, still Italians, Spanish, Sicilians. But it also goes to show these are the best lines here. Even if you keep analyzing them, you have better chances in the main lines, E4, D4, C4. That's what people are doing. Here, Donchenko played the human way, but it's not the computer way. We have to check with this, because I was checking with during the break. Computer wanted to do some very strange things. Well, what Alex did is, of course, what he wanted to do. We talked about this. But Compi doesn't like it. So G4 was played by Nodirbek Yakubboev, and after G4, this check is very natural. You play Bishop D4, after the check the king has to move, but Compi says this is a serious mistake, and the move he had to play was Knight to G7, very strange arrangement.
Very strange, yes.
And then it's not so easy for White what to do next. If White plays a move, I don't know, let's say Knight A3, the idea is H5.
H5, yes.
Forcing White to more or less close here, then you never get checkmated. Now you castle, you go F5, and you have very serious counterplay.
Exactly. No, but just as with all these computer moves, yeah, the computer moves which are not natural moves, yeah, that's why we call Knight G7 a computer move, that once you get the news from the computer that Knight G7 is actually an interesting move and it is the right move, then you automatically understand that, wait a second, yes, I'm going to follow it up with H5, castles, F5, and I get counterplay. But our mind, as humans, is not ready to make a move like Knight G7 by ourselves if we don't have this computer information, yeah, because we just know that this is awkward, the knight does not belong to G7 in all these kind of Benoni structures. It's a common theme to provoke G4 and then fall back with the knight to F6, or to think like, yes, now I'm going to play Queen H4 check and White will lose the right to castle. So this is good news. However, the big problem is that, since we talked about this before, there is no way for White to castle nicely to short side or to the long side. And then this King D1, King C2 is actually the golden middle. Yeah, the king is hiding beautifully in the center. The rook on A1 remains on A1, so it covers all these B5 breaks, because Black's rook on A8 is kind of covered. It connects the rooks, and it feels extremely well.
Yeah, now the problem as a human, you can't calculate 1 million moves per second, so we rely on pattern recognition, something that looks normal, feels normal, stuff you've seen before. And this Knight G7 is just not a common pattern at all, so you have to be very sure that this is good for concrete reasons, and that's very tough to do. Alex went Queen H4 check, King D1, Knight F6, quote-unquote normal, threatening Knight takes G4 even. But after King C2, now all of a sudden it's easier to play with White, arguably. Bishop F4, it's not so clear where these black pieces are going. So
yeah,
it has
D6,
to be very tricky to remain in the game now.
D6 pawn is vulnerable now, yeah? This is a huge problem. So, for example, castles, Bishop F4, Knight E8, and then bringing the queen back. Do we have time for this? And maybe to set up F5?
Yeah, might have to be done, but now White gains a lot of time as well. Compi goes Queen D2, threatens this.
Okay, Queen E7 back, yes.
Bishop H6, and keeps asking questions.
Okay, but for example, Bishop H6, yeah, now what would be the most natural? Knight G7, Bishop G7, or to give the exchange?
Neither.
Neither, yeah. Yes, that's because
we lose some time. Knight g7 is still awkward. The exchange is a big commitment. I'm not sure.
And if we play bishop g7, then white computer goes for attack with h4, or he just plays treats it positionally.
Computer just chills. Bishop e2, knight a3.
Yeah, but this is also not so easy for white. Yeah, that you might feel that you should be more energetic.
The problem is f5 weakens the black king more than it causes white any stress. And here white is very fast. And other than that.
But still, you know, humanly, I just don't feel it. Yeah, you probably already know computer says +1. You see there the engine, of course, it's automatic. But for me, as a human, I just feel like if I'm able to play f5, gf, my knight on e8 covers the g7 pawn, and then I can get fast knight d7, knight e5, something like this. My heart screams that I have counterplay. Yeah, I just don't feel, and I also have king h8. Where is the checkmate? And is this king on c2 really feeling so safe? Yeah, if ever that bishop lands on f5, it should be game over. Yeah, so humanly speaking, this is much more complex than computer tells, I believe.
I'm not sure. Maybe. But the king on g8 with the rook on g1 is also scary.
You already see two moves, and I will design against the computer, so it's very difficult to. Yeah, okay, king h8.
But just, yeah, pattern recognition-wise, I would be very worried here.
Very worried, yeah. Yeah, takes, queen h6 appears, whatever. Yeah, I'm not in time to get my pieces out. Wow. Okay, this is.
So what else can you do here? Castles.
But then it's very tough.
Compy goes here, which probably, as usual, makes sense. But once again, not the most common way to play this. So you can meet bishop f4 with knight e5. But
and wait a second, if we do the same with knight bd7, we get punished. Yeah, we are not able to bring that knight first. Knight e5.
Now we might get stuck here.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I want. Bishop g3, queen h6, g5. Yeah. Queen h6, g5 with huge problems.
Just show here, and f4 picks up a piece.
Yeah, this explains. Yeah, somehow it also felt like knight bd7 shouldn't be really possible. But yeah, knight fd7, knowing that black has opted for knight h5 and then knight f6 back, and again knight fd7, how likely this is? It's very unlikely.
Yeah, but now, and that's also why Alex is thinking it's clear nothing is easy. I mean, you have to find some smart moves, either castles and knight e8 and then evaluate that position, or do something direct.
And he goes for it, knight fd7.
Yeah.
Okay, bravo. It just shows that he's very open-minded.
He's locked in.
Yes.
He might be worse, but he's concentrated. He's finding ideas.
And it is the position is very much to Alex's style. Yeah, he's an uncompromising fighter. I would say that with white and with black, he would feel comfortable. Of course, if objectively his position would be even okay, that would be much better. But he's not the type of player who gets completely crazy that, oh my God, what happened? Yeah, he will be able to just play the game.
Yeah, he's ready to fight. But Yakubboev is also an uncompromising fighter, and he's better, yeah? So probably both sides will be happy. Let's have a look. So bishop f4. Knight jumps, let's say.
Because this is the difference, that this case you can leave the queen on h4 for the moment, yeah?
Well, the queen can escape, but it's still not pleasant, yeah? How would you play here with white?
Yeah, this is the point. That's why I actually don't agree with computer's assessment that probably one needs a computer to be able to say that white is better. I just feel like maybe I have a promising position, but maybe I make two moves with white and I will be worse. It's not a given that white is stably better here.
Yeah.
Because do we set up this HC and then somehow f4? Do we play for this? Is this the right way? Is it wrong?
I think this is the right way.
This is correct, yeah. Yeah, because otherwise, but it also shows, look at this, the knight still haven't moved from b1, yeah, because I don't know if I have time to develop that knight. I have to give priorities to other things.
Problem is just if black plays quote-unquote normal, I mean, he will be left with very little space here, and then the knight comes.
And then the knight comes.
Bishop is nice, but we've given up a lot.
Yeah, very interesting.
Still a mess, at least.
Still a mess, yeah.
Even here, how happy are you?
Yeah, no, I'm not that happy. Besides, also b5, I wanted to shout out also g5 as an idea. Yeah, who knows? Humanly, this g5, fg, and then I get the e5 square. Also, wouldn't be so clear to me. No, there's still so much to play for. Also, well, if Yakubboev would be 130 on his clock, I would be really worried that he knows, first of all, that he is better because he knows that computer says it's better. He probably had seen some of the engine lines, even if not just move per move, but he knows the directions, more or less, how the computer is thinking. But he already spent more than half an hour.
No, both guys have been freestyling, no?
Exactly.
Starting here at the very least. Yeah.
Yes.
This is just mano a mano combat.
Yeah, and this case, then I don't even believe that White can think that I'm better. He might feel like probably this is promising, but he also knows that I have to use the chance because long terms maybe Black is doing good.
We'll find out. This is going to be a tough fight for sure. We have one draw in Erigaisi Wei Yi. Then in Sindarov against Martinez. Some more simplifications. So we've seen rook takes on d8, knight takes. Sindarov pushed e5. The knight went back. It's a big decision. Does this feel natural to you?
No, d7 would d7 would be the natural, I would say, but probably knight d7 had some concrete issues that the knight will be vulnerable. But normally you don't want to put it on e8, yeah, against the pawn on e5.
Also, the only route it seems to have is here, and then it could go here directly. Not sure.
Yeah, never seen this knight d8 construction in this situation. And bishop g5.
g5. Also decision, because you could also just develop without
keeping
offering any exchanges. Yeah, like rook d1, rook c1. But he went here.
It becomes very concrete.
Jose thinking. You have many options, no? f6, king f8, you can take.
Well, my very first thinking in a blitz game or bullet game would be king f8. Yeah, that okay, you play bishop g5, thank you very much. I'm not afraid of trading. Try to even use it to my benefit, bringing the king. But maybe some rook d1, bishop b7, rook d7 kind of concrete kind of things are attracting the attention of Sindarov. But actually, the knight on d8 protects the f7 pawn. But still, I'm a little bit overloaded, no? For example, bishop g5, knight g5, h6, knight takes f7 is a possibility, no? Or who knows, at the end there is also rook c8 coming with the pin, but there will be bishop f1 always, yeah? So back rank is not a huge issue. Yeah, it's not a huge issue. It should be better for White. A lot to calculate. Innocently seeming endgame that it's symmetrical, this. No, here you have to be super precise because every small detail can have very huge.
No, but your instinct is correct. Just here, bishop c6 is precise.
Okay.
Kick the rook, and then you kick the knight back.
Then thank you very much.
No problems.
And then rook c8 quickly, even maybe it will be slightly more comfortable with black all of a sudden. Because that knight on c3 is vulnerable. And just to highlight that I might be able to count on something, but it depends.
White should be fine, but still the way to solve problems. Logical. The compy says bishop g5, f6 is possible, but
that is not human.
Scary.
Yeah, that is not human at all. Jose, what's the clock situation? Well, actually, Martinez is up on the clock, so he can afford to think deeply. Sindarov, as usual, in his trademark, walks there next to the players. He's also looking at other boards, but as he revealed in the interview with Charles, that he's always thinking about the position. It doesn't mean that he's walking around, he's just relaxing. Of course, he's also relaxing, but at the same time, heavily working out details in his mind.
Yeah, very few people can do what Shankland is often doing in the old days. Topalov was doing this, never leaving the board, always sitting there concentrated. But most people also, to keep the brain engaged, it's good to move a little,
to release the tension also.
And,
exactly.
Yeah, also to maintain the tension for 4 or 5 hours is extremely difficult. So I always find it scary when someone's able to do it. Just sit there non-stop. But in chess, yeah. People walking around doesn't mean they're not thinking about their positions. Usually it also doesn't mean they're very interested in the other games. It's just okay. I mean, you take notice and you see what's going on, but what do you really think about is your game now?
I think Svidler was also very famous of having those big walks during the game. He would make his move and then walk around and would be thinking about the position. You make a move and then he comes back and then he already blitzes out some very sharp move, which means that even while walking he was thinking about all those crazy lines.
Also, in the old days, this is now not really done anymore, and rightly so, especially with the rise of the computers. But in the old days, it was very normal for people to go for a walk and chat.
Yes,
other players also
chat,
going for a walk. I mean, you don't talk about the position, but you just talk about random things, which is unthinkable now. And some arbiter would come, but I mean, this used to be very common, like 20 years ago. It was still normal.
I remember all this Tilburg tournament because the resting area was just next to the playing hall. You opened the door, you were in the resting, you were picking up a drink, and then you asked the other player, did you see how, you know, what happened in this or that sport event? Yeah, I was following that. Yeah, it was crazy. And then the arbiter is kind of, no, don't talk to each other. Yeah, he said, yeah, we just discussed that it was a beautiful goal, you know.
No, it used to be very normal. I remember, I think I was with Van Veli and Boykovsky, I know when it was early 2000s or mid 2000s, and Svidler was also playing. I was Van Veli's second, but yeah, they had this players area where seconds could also hang out. And I would just talk to Svidler while he was playing about TV series we were watching. Then he would go on, oh, hang on, I have to go make a move. I mean, it sounds insane now to talk to a different player second, but back then this was very common.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway. Bishop g5, yeah, Jose has to calculate now, but after king f8, it looks like he's kind of solid.
But he has to find that bishop c6 intermezzo, yeah, because that gives the stability.
But he will.
Yeah, of course, the only challenge in this position is that you are basically calculating bishop take g5, king f8, f6 is, I think, not really something on a player's mind. It's more like a reserve. If you feel like the natural moves don't seem to lead to the desired result, then you consider f6. And then, okay, you check this, and finally you have to settle on one direction that you consider the main and work out all the details.
Yep, there we see Jose Martinez road to the quarterfinals. A lot of tough matches, round 2. Ivic already. Very long, equal fight, but Martinez came through. Then he eliminated Abdusattorov, one of the big favorites, the Uzbek #1, 2-0, after winning the first game with black. Against Sarana, once again, he won the first game with black. They made an easy draw in the Alapin, where he was also winning. Against Hare Krishna, went to tiebreaks, but there he dominated. Quite a performance from Jose Martinez. And also if we compare it to, for example, Nodirbek Yakubboev's road, I'm not sure if we have that, but you can see that some of the guys we have here also, typically they're slightly lower rated, around 2,650. They've had to face incredible opponents to get here, while sometimes you could also get lucky, like one of the top stars on your way was eliminated and you get slightly lower rated guys. But especially Jospem, Donchenko and Shankland have had to face incredible opponents. And here, these are all great players, of course, but he hasn't faced a player above 2,650 yet, including the quarterfinals. And to get to semifinals without playing at 2,650, even though I'm sure some of the guys are underrated and so on, but is still very rare, no, for a World Cup.
Yeah, usually it's not happening. But yeah, this match has its own dynamic. Yeah, it was, none of this match was really easy.
No, it's not what I'm saying. And we've seen some of the 2,650s are still here. I was just surprised because you see some guys playing 2,700 every round, and he somehow hasn't had to do it. But of course, you can never blame the players. You just play who you're paired with next round. Anyway, Martinez thinking. How's Mr. Shankland doing? Oh, this stabilized. Now this is an Andrey type of
exactly,
structure,
and your G5, H5 are happening.
Where you wanted, what we were talking about, knight on D6. So
knight on D6 is the breaking news of the position, yeah, that if black's knight was able to ditch, and it was connected with this pawn sacrifice,
this,
so
yeah.
Andrey spent some time and he was ready to sacrifice.
Point is...
He goes back knight C6. Yeah, but how does this continue? And then bishop b5, queen d6, rook c6, yeah, then we just take back and rook b8, and we should be doing fine, yeah?
There's enough counterplay. White hasn't castled yet, rook b4.
Yes, I guess with the one extra tempo short castle, white would be probably better, but that tempo is crucial here. So, wow, it was a great... Was he in time? But computer was saying that white had some potential. What does computer tell you, Jan?
No, computer says everything he does was correct. Computer actually says b takes c. It's more challenging than rook takes
c3.
And then, okay, you still go 97, but this is a slightly different structure. White still has this c4 idea.
But okay, on the other hand, it's very solid for black. Yeah, you go c6, bishop f5, and no, I just mean that probably Sam thought like rook c3 is the more principled move. That's how he opted
also,
for it.
Black doesn't go knight e7, he's in some trouble. Yeah, I mean, white can just develop here. But knight e7 very important, and Andrey, of course, sensed this, found a nice move. And now,
it's fine.
I would have gone bishop f5, but knight f5 also makes sense.
Knight f5 means that he's ambitious, no? That he's actually looking forward to fight. Bishop f5 is to shut down, no?
No, I disagree. Because I think after bishop f5, this structure you can actually fight with black. This is where you get all these classical games, and this is very easy to get outplayed. Black's position is very easy to play. Put rooks on e8, e7.
Yeah, Magnus is also a big modern master of all this.
This is very dangerous. Yeah. Well, I would argue the contrary. After knight f5, I would have taken. Like,
you would have taken, yeah? But okay, then I take with the bishop, and I anyway play g5.
Yeah, but the bishop I'm a lot less scared of than the knight on d6 in these structures. Like this, I'm not worried at all. Like rook c1, b4, my knight is good. You can go back or go to d3. So I'm quite surprised, actually, Sam didn't take.
Wow.
This, for a change, is not computer input, but these positions I've played all my life, so I feel strongly about this. And I'm surprised by both knight f5 and Sam not taking. Because if you get here, I mean, this is quote-unquote the bad bishop, but it actually helps when you start attacking, and the white quote-unquote good bishop doesn't do so much unless you can get b4, b5, which normally you can't against a knight on d6, because you always get shut down, b5, knight c4, or a6, and it's very hard.
And that's why he also removed the bishop from d3 in order to give, to vacate the d3 square for the knight.
Yeah, you know,
so
you have to go back, but that's why. This bishop, it's not that great, and g5, very aggressive, knight d3 is nice. This is a tougher question. Here, I'm not sure. Here, I don't think. We take after we played g5
yes,
at least.
After g5, no. King g7.
7 is normal, knight c5, and
h5.
Also very classical, I'm sure Andrey grew up like being shown all these classic games here.
Course.
And yeah, this is not an easy position for white, actually. Because you have two plans. So you have b4, a4, b5, which almost never happens with a knight on d6, and you have f3, e4, which is also very, very tough against this guy, and with rooks coming here. Then often you're just sitting around waiting. Of course, computer will say 0-0 because he can defend against the attack, but the plan
it's easier to be black
with black because you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Put these guys here, and you slowly advance, and very often this g3 break is there. I think this is scary for Sam, like strategically. The h5 also shows Andrey.
Yes.
Knows what's up. Yeah, I mean you grab the space here, and very hard for white to do anything.
Yeah, very classy play by Andrey.
Yeah. And this is also where I feel Andrey can have an advantage against many players, but once his position is compact, he understands the structure perfectly, because, okay, especially Soviet players, they were raised on all this Carlsbad structure, minority attack, and so on. He knows all the themes, and then, yeah, it's easier for him to play, while Sam has many great ideas, but he's also played many unconventional positions, yeah, putting pressure. Well, this is super classical stuff. I feel Andrey will be very much at home here.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Andrey also with his feeling and everything shows absolutely why everybody saw it in like 2021 when he beat Magnus in Vaikanzi and he finished with +3, the A group. I was doing the commentary. We were doing together the commentary, I remember, in 2021. And then also in Sochi, he was pushing Magnus to the absolute limit, and they played a fantastic match in the World Cup. Yes, exactly. And if anyone at that moment would have said that in a couple of years Andrey would not be top 10 player, I think nobody could have imagined this.
I don't know. The top 10, according to Leko, is 150 people. Yeah, I mean, it can only be
like
10.
20. Yeah, like 20. Yeah, 20 people.
20.
But he had tremendous potential, and then all this. First of all, this tragic death of Yuri Dohoyan, his coach. Yeah, because he was his coach and had tremendous influence on him. One could see that. Wow, this is such a fantastic team, and he is making tremendous progress. And then, of course, the war, all this set his career back. Yeah. But whenever there are these big events, yeah, where he can show himself, like the Grand Swiss 2023, and now also here in the World Cup, he is such a force to reckon with.
Yeah, very quality player. Very nice kid, too. Good to see him do well. But now he has to face the determination of Sam Shankland. Still, the structure, yeah, I like Andrey's chances here. I don't think it's all that drawish, and I think he also knows this is not the position you have to play for a draw. You can, because white can't do much, but him going g5, h5 very clearly means he's comfortable. All right, back to Yakubboev.
Yeah, back to Yakubboev, and Yakubboev is still thinking, just basically confirming our thoughts, like. Or if you don't know the computer's evaluation and you don't know the plans and exact move orders, how to proceed, it's so difficult to play. Yeah, you can also have the feeling like my opponent plays smart. Yeah, with all this bishop d4, queen h4, knight f6. If you don't know the computer evaluation that you are better, then you look at this position and you think like, wait a second, where is safety? How do I navigate this position? Yeah, it's completely wild. Can you just maybe reveal couple of moves from the computer just to that I get a feeling that what can go wrong for black, because just looking at the position I don't get it.
No, the problem is the computer lines are very cryptic as well. Like computer's first move, for example, is bishop d2 and it's plus 1.5.
Wow, yeah, so I would dismiss it as simply not a candidate move.
Yeah, exactly.
It can never happen. If you ask me to name 5 moves, I would not have mentioned bishop d2.
Okay, you can guess the second move, plus 1.4.
Wow, okay. So that's kind of a normal move, or?
No, I showed earlier what I thought was normal, bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 would be also my...
Bishop g3, h3, that looked normal. It's also better for white, but not as much as
the
other moves he's giving.
Wow, so then the second move is also very cryptic, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then good luck, yeah? I can name 10 moves and it won't be among them,
probably 10 you'll get there. It's not that many moves one can make.
Okay, knight d2, what is knight d2? Because it feels very strange, no? No, knight d2 not. Okay, h3 makes always sense, yeah? But h3 is which candidate move? Number what?
h3 is fine, but yeah, it's not it.
It's soft, yeah?
No, I mean... Computer says white is better with any move that's not hanging anything.
But okay, basically then I just give up because...
No, he goes queen g2. But that's what I'm saying. I don't understand any of these moves, so I can read them out. It says queen g2, knight e5, bishop d2, short castles, bishop e2.
No, if somebody plays like this, you know, over the board, definitely I will not play a5, but I will first love. Yeah, I will have a big laugh. Yeah, that okay. Queen g2, bishop. That's all you can do. Then I'm not afraid of, unless it's a computer. Yeah, of course. Yeah, against computer I would lose in 5 moves.
But he's saying no, you can't do anything. Yeah, 5 is not coming, and he will just be.
So just restricting.
Knight a3, a5 at some point.
Yeah, but this is
h4. But that's what I'm saying. It's very hard to come up with this. So bishop f4 looks very normal.
Yeah.
Here. Queen goes back, and h3, at least this is the plan, no?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if g5 you consider here. But
yeah, g5 then h4.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is a problem. Otherwise, I would consider it, but... Okay, with f6 already a little bit.
Not that nice.
Yeah, a little bit uncomfortable, but even this is a possibility. If it would be a must-win situation for Black, we would be screaming that, wow, this is the best, but...
Great choice by Lei Kwang.
Exactly. No, it's a completely crazy game, and I don't know how the players are evaluating it over the board at all.
Also, the clock will be important. Yeah, this is not the position you can play on field with 30 seconds per move, so if Yakubboev keeps thinking here, now he's already 20 minutes behind on the clock. That could be a factor as well. Also, my experience, okay, I'm also a chicken, but I've analyzed plenty of Benonis over the year as a d4 player, and very often computer just says 0, 7, 0, 8, and I just say, no, I'll never play this with white.
Exactly.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know how I can be untouchable. It looks very messy. Yeah? B5 is coming, computer does something, white is better, but no, it's Benoni. I mean, we understand King's Indian is similar. Against the computer, you will lose, and computer gives a big edge, which is also why they're out of fashion. But over the board, it's so hard to understand.
But actually, now what I heard from King's Indian players, that suddenly computer started to appreciate more and more Black's King's Indian.
Depends on which King's Indian, yeah? Computer is doing all these weird seventh moves, which are fine, but I meant like the old classical knight c6, I mean, that he really hates, but...
Yes. Yeah, now they play all this knight a6 business, ed, h6, bishop g4, yeah, all this.
All these things seem to be kind of all right, or e takes d. Okay, you haven't committed enough crimes to be lost, but in these positions that we were going crazy about in the 90s, this he just says, okay, well, what are you doing here? White is winning.
Yeah. I think Dingley then was winning some model games with white, yeah. In a very nice manner. But by the way, we have a move, and the most human move, bishop f4, had been played. Yeah, nothing else was expected. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also good. It's not like it's a mistake, just, compy this cryptic compy stuff.
And what do we do now with Black? Because Queen e7 is also very kind of natural, but you mean that let's play first knight e5, wait for bishop g3 before retreating, or?
Not sure if it makes a big difference, but also unclear if Black can do without knight e5. No, it's here.
Because somehow this a5, knight a6, knight b4, I'm not a big believer in fixing that construction. Even the knight on b4 is kind of attractive, but sometimes it just stands there and does nothing.
Yeah.
Weakening the c4, b5 square seems to be more important.
And here the wise compy, if you go queen e7 and 7 knight e5, then it plays h4. So maybe that's the reason why you start knight e5 and wait for bishop g3 at least, so you don't give this option, because this looks unpleasant.
Yeah, this already...
It's always there, white grabs space. He does some weird stuff.
This one even we can understand, yeah.
But it looks like both sides will spend a lot of time. We'll have a wild position around move 20, and then the better player shall win. We have one draw in Wei Yi Erigaisi. We have a sort of quiet position in Sindarov Martinez. Martinez
King F8
move. Now he's quite solid. And we have very classical structure in Shankland against Esipenko, where I really like Esipenko's position.
And I would like
0-0, but I really like.
Yeah, I would like to ask you about this A4 move, yeah, because you said that you played this kind of structures all your life, and for me, who is not that familiar with this structure, I always find it surprising that white is ready to allow this A4, A5 fix. And what is your kind of feeling that why is this happening?
I think, first of all, once the knight is on d6, normally you give up the dream of playing b4, a4, b5. It just never happens after b4. Even if black goes a6, you go a4. Even if you achieve anything, normally it's too slow. And secondly, you always worry about b5, knight c4. So once you don't have this b4 and there's nothing you can do on the king side, by the way, we should mention if the pawn gets taken, then black gets a very quick attack, for example. g4 immediately is also good, but rook h8, queen e2, g4.
Yeah, all these rook h2s are also hanging in the air.
Yeah. So this is too risky, that's why you don't do it. And a4, I mean, in general, computer likes a4 in every position. There's also this I'm not sure if I can put this on the board. This other main line, bishop g5, whatever, bishop e7, e3.
Exactly, this bishop d3,
castles,
knight e2 business.
Rook e8, castles, let's say h6, bishop h4, knight bd7.
And he a4.
Here, the first computer move is also a4, which first time I saw it like 5 years ago or something, I thought, this is insane. Yeah, I mean, my whole plan is to play b4. You throw an a4, a5. I mean, here it's more to stop b5, I think. But in general, computers showing a4 in every single position, I think top players have adjusted. Yeah, a4 and h4 is always an option. And here, I'm not sure if it's a good move, honestly, but I think with black, I wouldn't want to play a5, because a5, you're weakening some
squares, yeah?
Some stuff, especially the b6 square. And I'm not really afraid of white doing anything here. As mentioned, b4, b5 normally doesn't work. And if you go a5, okay, I'll go a6, put my rook on e7, the other rook can come here. So I think a4 is all right, but I still really like black's position. But I wouldn't react. I don't know, rook e8, a5, a6.
Yeah, this a5, a6 construction is very risky for white, because then you lock down everything. The knight on d6 beautifully covers the b7 pawn and gets a free roll on the king side. I don't like the body language of Sam. First of all,
this is trouble for Sam.
Yeah, it's unpleasant, and also somehow to me he looks tired today. I don't know if you don't have this impression. Yesterday he looked so much more fresh in the tie breaks.
Also, very often it depends on the position. I mean, if you're sitting there in some classical structure where you don't have a plan, it's much easier to get tired than if he can calculate his energy. He has some ideas. He had knight f4.
Yeah, that first game against Dubov was amazing, yeah, in tie breaks.
Often goes together.
Yes.
Also, this is a brutal tournament for everybody. I mean, like, especially with the energy Sam is using every game and then going through tie breaks. I mean, he is human. He should be tired, but
of course,
sometimes your body forgets if you like your position.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Okay, Andrey's thinking. Yeah, g4 also natural, or I'm not sure if h4. If we're worried about h3, maybe. I don't think I want to allow this. Like,
and then bishop e2 and some cemento. Yeah.
So I think typically you want to go in this order. The long-term goal is to threaten g3 most of the time, yeah, to get this pawn.
Yes, and whenever white is provoked to play g3 himself, then he weakens the light squares.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, still a long way to go. Now I'm making it sound like black is winning. It's equal, but I mean it's so much easier to play with black. Donchenko, no moves. And Sindarov played rook d1.
And h6 was played.
Now he can take, or he can keep the bishops. What is this? Then just hg.
Hg, yes, yeah, this is good.
I think he keeps the bishops. Bishop e3.
Just to keep black a little bit cramped, yeah?
Yeah, it's still hard to believe this is anything.
And I remember your voice, yeah, when you saw that bishop g5 was played, you were not sure that going for the trade is ideal for white, so bishop e3 would suit that feeling, no?
Also, I'm traumatized. This is probably wrong, because the knights on e8 and d8 are stupid. But in this structure, normally I already think black is sort of better. Yeah, the pawn is on e5, there's weaknesses, bishop b7, rook c8, this knight is unstable because we played b4. So I'd already be looking for ways to bail out, which is probably nonsense, because these are misplaced.
Yeah, but okay, then let's make some moves. So, for example, you play your bishop e3 move, and then after bishop b7, probably you follow it up with knight d4, and then you want f4, king f2 or something.
Yeah.
And how am I solving the problems?
We even have some jumps, knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5, but then a6, and where do you continue your jump? Knight d6? Can you play knight d6 and rely on this knight e6 tactic? Maybe, because now b6 is vulnerable.
Yeah, no, this is nice.
Takes and knight e6.
And there's nothing here, so white is at least better. Yeah,
yeah, this is horror. Yeah. Yeah, now that
so
black.
It's not that simple. Yeah?
Exactly. Now that black did not use the chance to trade those bishops, because of course, if one looks at the position, one would argue that clearly Black's bishop on e7 is stronger than the White's dark square bishop on e3. That's why it's tempting to trade those bishops, but many times because it's about space, keeping as many pieces possible on the board, plus not allowing Black's king from f8 to get to e7, because too many pieces are fighting for the same squares.
Yeah, interesting. And probably this was already inaccurate. Our wise friend goes here.
Wow, but it's very tough.
Yeah,
to play knight c6.
Because this knight d4 was already unpleasant.
Exactly, bishop is a knight d4. That's why I said let's just continue, because I'm not seeing how to react. And what does it mean that if White would play bishop f4, for example, instead of bishop e3, then is bishop b7 knight d4 still an issue, or then I'm missing the bishop from e3?
Let's see, here. Now here, apparently this is okay for Black. Just trying to understand.
Yeah, very funny. It's seemingly the bishop on f4 supports the knight d6 jump, right?
Yeah, because the pawn is protected. But now bishop g5 apparently is the difference. Also strange.
Wow. Yeah, no, it's
but there were
difficult.
moves for Black along the way, just here.
Yes.
Also gives equality. Okay, I was told that we should have a quick look at the Esipenko game before welcoming back Angelica. And Andrey disagrees with all my big speeches, and he plays h4.
Wow.
I still think he's wrong. h4, h3, now it's going to be much harder to break through. I think he should have gone g4.
And Sam looks different.
Yeah,
h4, h3.
For Sam, I think.
He is now looking with both hands. He's holding his face. Before he was just with one, and one felt something like he's uncomfortable. But look at this. Now he's a different Sam.
Wow.
Exactly. He just needed h4, h3 fixed, and he's back alive. He has all the energy.
I'm surprised. After all this time we spent praising Andrey, rightly so, I think h4 is actually a big strategic mistake.
Or maybe he got careless. He was enjoying his position too much.
No, but yeah, I mean, he's so classically trained, yeah, in this in g4 business.
Yeah, but sometimes when you are careless, that you think like, okay, I can do this, I can do that.
Or no matter what. But
yes. Wow.
I mean, it's still not that Black is in any trouble, just so much harder to do anything now with the structure fixed like that.
And the body language of Sam changed dramatically.
Yeah, he smells this lets him back into the game to some extent.
Yeah, and if he was worried before, then all this has vanished.
Okay. Once again, it was 0-0 after g4 or after h4, so maybe I'm overstating things, but I'm very surprised.
And by the way, bishop e3, bishop b7 happened in the Sindarov Martinez game.
Oh,
so
that's a mistake.
There is a chance for Sindarov to play knight d4 and get the pressure.
He will spot this.
Yeah, of course.
He doesn't forgive. All right, let us switch to Angelica. We've already given some big speeches about the structure. What's going on there, Angelica?
Well, I have now some information about the recordsmen, which are playing right now in quarterfinals at the FIDE World Cup 2025, and one of them is Andrey Esipenko. Because apparently it is his fourth World Cup he's playing, and he has never lost any match in the classical portion. He lost games, but he never lost the match. So all his games he lost in the previous World Cup were in the tie breaks. The same counts, by the way, to the game which already finished. It's Wei Yi. It is his already sixth World Cup, and he also hasn't lost any of the matches in the classical portion. One more time, he lost games, but he didn't lose matches. For Esipenko, it's going to be around 12 mini matches that he played, and for Wei Yi, 19. What do you think? Like, these players both have different styles. What do you think unites them to get such an interesting record in the World Cup, Jan?
They're good at chess, that helps probably. But also, they might have different styles, but in a way, maybe not that different. Because Wei Yi, of course, we think of as a great tactician, but he's super solid. He plays e4 with white, plays main lines, he never loses there. And with black against e4, he plays the Petrov, barely ever loses a game. Of course, he can win games, especially with white, so that would end the match. And Esipenko is also very classical, very well prepared, very well trained, so you need to do something special to get him into trouble. So maybe they have some similarities, but also, of course, it's A statistic with a small sample size, still very impressive.
And Peter, what do you think? I mean, as you also participated already in a few World Cups, I mean, what did you say? What does it take to get such result?
Well, I think it also shows that they are both prodigies, yeah, because Andrey, you said it's his 4th World Cup, yeah, he's 23 or something like this, maybe even not even 23. So playing 4 World Cups already means that he started the business quite early, and even then as a youngster he didn't lose, yeah, it makes it all the more impressive. The same applies to Wei Yi, who already played in 2013. His very first World Cup in Tromsø, and he knocked out Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think, in the very first round. I even remember, because that was the sensation of the tournament. He is just incredibly strong. He has been incredibly strong ever since. As Jan said, yeah, he has a very solid repertoire. Yeah, with black, with white, he's energetic, but he always manages the risk in a very nice way. Yeah, that he pushes, but he has the control. Yeah, so he does not push without control, and this is somehow very important. Okay, today he was blocked by Arjun. Now the big question, maybe tomorrow Wei will block Arjun, and then it will again get to a tie break. They are both just very, very strong.
And I have one final question about, I mean, these matches we have today. Okay, one game already finished, but in the other games, I feel there are some nerves there on the boards. Do you think thinking about the semi-finals potentially getting there is making big influence on the players? Jan, what do you say?
I don't think so. Of course, the closer you get, maybe it creeps into the back of your head. But first of all, everybody's probably tired, so I'm not sure they have so much time to dream. And secondly, there's enough problems on the board. Maybe between the rounds and people distract you. You see the fans telling you, okay, you win one more game or one more match and you're in the semifinals. But normally as a player, I think that just annoys the guys and they say, okay, I have to focus on my next game. And especially the guys that make it far here, they can probably more or less ignore that noise, even though it might be in the back of that. But I don't think it affects them. Just fatigue and strong opponents. No?
Just take it game by game.
Yeah, that's what everybody says, but to some extent it's also true.
Yeah, I also read some article where it was written that the players in the quarterfinals, they are just 2 match wins away from candidates. Well, excuse me, exactly 2 match wins. That feels like eternity. Yeah, it's just completely crazy. It also means that they are already in round 6. They have won already 5 matches. Yeah, which means that, okay, how much energy and everything did you invest so far in the tournament? And I thought, like, wow, the chess journalists still don't understand. That's why we are commenting. We are trying to tell them that, you know, how intensive this tournament is, and then thinking like, okay, just winning only 2 more matches, you are in the candidates. This is insane. Yeah, it's a completely wrong approach. We are having dinner together with Alex, so like this, I don't dare to touch this subject at all. I know that this is a very sensitive kind of subject, that what will happen next, or you get here or there. No. Basically, I'm just telling him some encouraging words, yeah, that, okay, basically, bravo, yeah, you just have to continue in the same spirit, that's all, because it looks very good what you are doing. But I would never dare to suggest anything that, you know, the candidates is close, because that would automatically distract the player.
Yeah, it's important to be psychologically stable during such tough tournament.
Yeah, A5 played. Andrey is not following any of my advice. I'm very disappointed. H4 I didn't like, and A5 I also don't like.
Basically, his
I will stop praising him. He needs some classical Soviet education. Minority attack. Get some books.
He wants to prove you wrong.
He's wrong.
That's what I feel, yeah. Because, yeah, H4 and A5.
Both deeply wrong. Still equal, but wrong.
Yes.
We'll be back after the break.
We'll find out.
Criticism of much stronger players than me.
The FIDE World Cup is not just about the trophy. It's a gateway to the FIDE Candidates Tournament, where the next challenger for the world champion is decided. The top 3 finishers in Goa, the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place, qualify directly for the 2026 Candidates Tournament unless they've already secured a spot by other means. That's why the 3rd place match matters so much. It's not just for pride. It can decide who gets the final golden ticket to the candidates. For every player here, the World Cup is a dream. and a step toward the ultimate title in chess.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
Yes! Chess! 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है। अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. तो कोई खोद
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए चेकमेट It's your move चेक में भी होगा जस्ट It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come don't be late It's your move Esto todo It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Welcome back. Quarterfinals day 1. And here we have action. Sam Shankland just played b4, sacrificing a pawn, which we have to talk about.
Well, I think it's a temporary pawn sacrifice, or at least that's how I had it in my mind. Yeah, a takes b4, rook b3 is coming.
Let's
and
put
then
it on the board. So they had this position after these moves I disliked, h3 and a5. And Sam decided not to maneuver slowly, like you could play rook b3 and whatever. Bishop d3 or bishop b2, but maybe he's feeling now is the time to get some counterplay. Plays b4, takes, and you mentioned here, trying to regain the pawn. But there's nothing I can do. b6.
Well, I just assume that he is not afraid. Yeah, knight d3.
Now this is hanging. Okay, yeah, you get the pawn back. Then who's better and why? Let's say I jump as well.
Yeah.
Rook takes. And now the structure changed. Reminds me of some old Karpov games, but normally there was no knight on c4. He often had this via the Nimzo or the Queen's Gambit, this b4, this structure.
Exactly,
yeah. Played b6. He would normally find a way to pose problems for black. But here it looks like black is still quite active.
But to me, you know, this signal of b4 move is like Sam would like to get rid of this game. And I believe that with b4, he just wants to make sure that black will never have time to attack on the king side, and I will have plenty of time to liquidate. It's a safe move. It's to get safety with b4. That's kind of my feeling. Yeah, I thought like after a5, I would also have gone b4. With white, just with this thoughts like A, B, rook, B3, I will always have enough counterplay on the queen side. I don't have to worry about getting checkmated. Black will also understand that he cannot checkmate, will be professional, find a way how to keep everything under control, maybe trade some pieces and draw.
Yeah, I agree to some extent, because I think Sam also studies a lot, obviously, also knows the long-term danger in these positions, so he's trying to create some direct play with b4. After a5, yeah, I'm not sure was necessary. But let's see, b4, a takes b, rook b3.
Yeah, for example, what is the professional way for black? Yeah, if black says like, all right, now you got b4 in, let me just make sure that nothing can happen to me.
Well, I don't think this is the position where you play for liquidation, or I don't see how, at least.
Yeah.
I think you have to go for something.
Because b7 is hanging. Yeah, I can never trade the knights with knight e4.
If you wait for too long, then you can also be worse. Yeah, rook b4,
yes.
b3. I mean, if you just sit, I don't know. Let's say this, or I don't know. Takes.
And look at this. The way how both players are looking at it, it doesn't seem like they feel like there is no tension. It looks like, look at this, that there is a lot of tension. Yes, exactly.
No, I'd be unhappy with black, because I would have been so happy 2 moves ago. You have this position where you can do all the stuff and white can't do anything. And now you're so calculating concrete variations where it can be worse strategically. So I'd be unhappy, even though Compi now actually says black is better. While, I mean, -0-1, -0-2, nothing serious. Well, before he didn't feel that way. So he gives, yeah, b6, knight d3, rook dc8.
Okay, typical mysterious computer moves. Yeah, knight c4.
Knight c4, but okay, it's the same like knight c4 immediately.
Exactly.
I mean, you can still go rook d8.
only rook d8. It's, I always feel like, you know, online I would love to catch immediately a cheater. Whoever starts with rook d8, he looks at engine. Because everybody starts with knight c4, rook takes before rook d8 if he plays rook to c8. Yeah, it's always I have this kind of feeling, yeah?
I don't know. Many moves made online sometimes. Computer likes them too. But yeah, this apparently is still very fine for black. Because the knight is unpleasant. So if you go here... Yeah, Compi is not worried at all. He's even saying black is better. Like c5 is there, sometimes g4, sometimes...
Yeah, because now that this I wanted to highlight that whenever you move the queen away to b3, then suddenly g4 becomes an issue.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, it's also committal to play like this with black. Yeah, so it's...
I think there's no non-committal way. Like
exactly.
You can't wait. So.
Yeah, a b4 is
b, rook b3
played.
Will be blitzed, yep, and b6 seems like the correct decision.
Yeah,
I would just hate that now we're playing on the queen side when I was dreaming of my long-term king side attack.
Yes, but basically now we clearly don't normally want to touch the queen side, but once white plays rook takes b4 and knowing that the pawn on b7 will be a weakness, then already b6 knight c4 construction makes a lot of sense.
It's important to do it directly, because if not, then there's no more b6 or the knight could go somewhere else. So yeah, you gotta kick it now. It has to go here.
And knight c4, yeah, this move order.
Get the square.
Of course, we first hop in.
Is there this?
Exactly.
Maybe that's why computer was doing weird stuff.
Exactly. I was thinking the same, but...
So takes, okay. Even this apparently fine for black, because there's c5.
Yeah, c5 is... And this is the Ragozin spirit now.
Yeah.
And wait a second, knight d5. Trick. Just to make it...
I'm laughing because black has a funny move.
And you know it already, yeah? For a long time.
What to do.
You know it for a long time. But you keep me in the dark, yeah? What a team spirit, enjoying my suffering, yeah?
No.
To knight d5.
Knight d5 is good, so it's not like black is
so what, bishop c2 is a move?
Yes, only move.
Wow, okay, yeah, bishop c2. I was so thinking like, okay, I'm going crazy, it's embarrassing, yeah? Everybody is watching and Peter is getting finally one question and he cannot solve it.
It's very nice. It just simplifies.
Yeah, incredible. Never seen something like this before, yeah.
If queen takes, then there's this check. And now, white is not better, yeah? You do your Ragozini counterplay, and the king is weak. And okay.
Yes, actually it's such a pleasure not to play bishop c2, yeah? But in a knockout format, in a position like this, probably this is the least you want, yeah? Yourself to be thinking about such moves.
But you don't have to either, like this. Rook takes a4, you don't even have to play apparently. But some of this feels like principled.
Yeah.
Knight takes b4.
Let's see how long is Andrey thinking.
Yeah, already b6 is a big decision. You know? Yeah, he doesn't do it. He takes on d3. Hang on. No, he played b6, knight d3. There was no piece. I'm going crazy. b6, knight d3, and takes. But now, I mean, I'd be very happy if my pawn was here.
And knight e4, so he's going for liquidation.
Okay, direct approach.
Yes. Hitting the f2
Maybe this is what you call the professional approach here. You simplify and...
Yeah. Bishop takes
you give
e4.
up the dream of ever being better.
Yeah, but you don't want to be better already.
Why not?
You had those feelings before, but you felt like I missed before, so now draw is fine. Okay,
Also,
C5.
H3, I feel, I don't know if he missed, but he underestimated that he can't keep going on the king side.
Yes, but okay, so if I play C5, can I try to put some pressure or not?
Who's putting pressure?
Yeah, with black.
With this king. Now all of a sudden, not this bishop, I have all kinds of...
But where do you, how do you play? Rook b5, cd, queen g4 speculative, or just rook bc4 professional?
Let's be big professionals.
Yeah, and then cd. You will get isolated pawn. Isolated pawn, not worried.
Isolated king.
Rook takes d4. Thank you very much. I'm pushing. Ed, rook d8.
Okay.
Okay, but now I'm really pushing. Okay, bishop takes d4 happened. Unfortunately, you sit with a computer, so I'm pushing absolutely nothing.
You can say you're pushing
exactly.
as much as you want.
I'm not pushing anything.
But also, just looking at the position, you feel like you're pushing? Because I feel like with b6 and with the king, I don't feel like white.
Okay, I thought like with rook on d5, protecting the g5 pawn and putting pressure on d4, nothing can happen to me.
No, neither to white, I would argue.
Yeah, probably, yes. Yeah.
But computer, FYI, goes here.
Exactly.
Here and here. Like,
I'm not sure I like
scary.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, I've only moved rook a5.
Yeah, rook a5, yeah. Okay, but
it's now some obvious moves like rook c6.
No, of course we don't.
Usual stuff, 0-0.
Yeah, but we don't want any of this. Yeah.
We might get some of it now, because bishop e4 is played, d takes e4, rook takes b4 will be played, c5 will also be played.
It's very tempting, yes.
And then you just have to pick a square, yeah, like rook b5 is also sort of tempting.
It's a tempting move, yes. There we go. Rook takes b4 played. c5 will have to be played, of course. That's the whole.
If not, if you allow queen c2
concept. And the big question to me is that is rook b5 something that Andrey expected when he opted for this bishop takes this in knight e4, or did he consider that after c5 rook bc4 is kind of a must? And
I would think so. I mean, to go for this and then to calculate like 6 stuff like this, it's already very strange one.
Yeah, no, of course, but I don't have other option. Yeah, so c5.
No, c5 he has to play.
No, c5.
That was a big moment.
After rook b5. Yeah, let's take a look at Sam. Yeah, how will he react? Because he knows that he has 2 moves. All eyes on Sam.
Yeah, this went very well for Sam. Like, I mean, most likely it's going to be a draw anyway. But now he can choose. Like,
yes.
do I play solid with rook c4 or do I go for action with rook?
Look at his eyes. You know, the way how he's calculating, and he's looking in different directions, which means that rook b5, queen h5 is very much on his agenda. He will play rook b5. This is the fearless Sam. He will go for rook b5. He will be also so happy that he's given a chance to play a move that suits his style and his fighting spirit.
But I know what Andrey will do after rook b5.
Rook d5,
he will not take here. He will go rook d6.
Rook d6, yeah.
Stabilize. And now if you go somewhere, then I can take here. And there's always enough counterplay.
Yeah, I don't feel like black will play this CD, allow CD queen h5. No, that's for sure, yeah.
That's why.
You are right. But can I play it differently after rook d6? For example, because to me, actually, I always thought like rook b5 is connected with queen g4. Yeah, I was not as smart as computer to spot this h5 square. I was just being modest with queen g4. Does this make a difference?
Okay. No, it also makes sense, but it looks like it's all leading to sort of equality in the end.
Exactly.
I mean, you have this weakness. One day maybe I can take here. Or no, queen g6, queen f6. But no, I agree. This looks better. You get rid of e4 and there's no danger at least.
Exactly, yeah. It's a controlled approach. But now the big question is if Sam will think like, okay, after rook b5, anyway there is rook d6 and this rook bc4 is anyway kind of a draw.
Rook a5 is sort of the big question.
Yes,
yeah?
Sam is about to make a move, but he's going for rook b5. I really feel like...
Also, maybe he thinks after rook bc4, like you said, you could think you're slightly worse.
Yes, no, he will never agree to be slightly worse. He will go rook b5.
Slightly worse.
Yeah, but if he has a chance, of course, there we go.
Played, there you are.
I know my boy. I know Sam. Rook b5, and also a little bit unpleasant for Andrey. Yeah? After rook bc4, he would be very happy. I'm the one having things under control. I will decide how the game will go, and when I will liquidate. And after rook b5, he has to exert some caution.
Oh, so this is a much better situation for Sam stylistically. Now he has activity, he has tricks, he can use his energy to calculate. Andrey has to be very precise with his moves. Well, before he could just play by hand.
Yes. Normally it would be stylish to play now rook b5 and go for a walk, but it's not Sam. Yeah, he's sitting there. But normally this is how old school guys would be doing. Yeah, that before you felt like you had no right to get up because you are under some pressure. But okay, now I have counterplay. My opponent should also feel it that I'm happy. You go for a walk.
All right, let's go for a walk to the Donchenko-Yakubboev game, where bishop e3, knight e5.
Wait a second.
What was this? Why
bishop
I went queen
f4.
f6.
Queen f6.
There was some moving back and forth. That's why we got here. He went here. Bishop went here. Knight went here. Knight went here. Queen went back. And Yakubboev also went back. So we got the same position.
Like if Black would have started with knight e5, knight d2.
Like this, yeah. We could have gotten this, but they made some extra moves.
Which is good for time trouble. Yeah, they are already closer to move 40.
And the same story. Compi says white is better, but it's still a miss.
Yeah, and both have more or less half an hour. Move number?
17.
17, yeah. This will be a big scramble. This cannot be different because every decision is very tough. I don't see yet when the moment comes when the players will have the luxury to speed up a bit. Not yet.
Make a move, castle. Even castle is a decision, yeah, because you allow bishop g3, h4, or bishop g3, h3, f4.
Yeah, but finally you have to allow something, yeah? Probably.
Not the type of position where you can't allow anything. There we see Donchenko's road defeating Giri Bluebomb, Le Quang Liem and David Anton by Yakubboev. Has also looked stellar.
Yeah, tough, really tough. I don't know what to say because it's so complicated. As a commentator, it's clear that we would say, okay, just castle and play a normal game, but this is not a normal game because things are out of control. But, for example, the decision to play knight b8 to d7 is also very difficult because then whenever finally this bishop a g3, h3, f4 comes, the knight will be trapped on e5. Yeah, so it's not a decision that you can
we might not even need h3, no?
Yeah.
Knight b7 is just that.
Yeah, but okay, this is what I mean. So if knight b7 is bad and castle is the natural move, but Alex is thinking probably he does not like the move castles, then what are the alternatives? What is he thinking about?
He could go back with the queen again. I'm wondering.
h5. Is h5 a move or not? You are thinking about g5.
I think it's probably terrible, but he could be thinking about something like this just to stabilize.
Oof, yeah, but h4 is coming.
Not that stable, yeah?
Yeah, h4 is coming. No, with the queen on h6, somehow it's
a bit sad.
If this would be stable, then it would be the surprise of the history, I feel.
h5, you can go.
Bishop g3, fall back with the queen, and yeah, how do you react? Now you probably have to gh. Wow. Okay, if you would not have computer next to you, how much time would have been needed to consider this move, honestly?
What move can I make that you won't call a computer move after in this position? You're threatening HG4.
Yeah, well, okay, G5. Yeah, G5 looked like that. Aha, you want to be smart with G5, but I will play H4. Yes, exactly.
So how is this not the only sensible move?
Okay.
Give me a break.
No, but okay, I thought like it will take you at least 30 seconds, not? But a tempo GH, yeah, it hurts.
No, if I had played this at tempo, you could accuse me of...
Yeah, then, okay, if H4, I would look at you that, Jan, excuse me.
This is a strong move.
Maybe it's time to call the doctor.
I made the human move for you.
Wow.
And this is how Compi plays.
Crazy, yeah. Of course, yeah, because black has not castled yet and the knight from B8 cannot be developed. Yeah, that's the justification. Wow, what a complex position this is.
No, and draw also after GH. This I really don't like for black. I mean, if we have to take with the rook, what are we doing?
Well, if I could jump with one knight to H5 and the knight from B8 could jump to H5, H5 on the board.
Whoa.
Of course. Thank you, Alex. Thank you helping me out. Thank you.
He might be helping you out, but he's not helping himself out, which I'm more worried about.
Oh my! But this is the principal move. The H5
no, I agree. Just now is also easy for white, like Bishop G3, and then.
Yeah, it will be blitzed out, which means also that white was expecting H5.
Of course.
Bishop G3, Queen E7, GH, Rook H5. I don't see H4 happening in a World Cup knockout format with so much at stake.
How to evaluate this? Compi, by the way, goes GH, but that looks so tough to play.
Yeah, that would... And then to have the G6 square for the knight, yeah? Okay, as usual with computer, once you see the move, it makes some sense, but it was definitely not on my agenda.
Yeah. No, so this is what we will get, and then...
Yeah, my problem is knight D7 runs into F4, tapping the knight again.
To get all these guys into the game.
Yeah, so maybe you just play H4 here, or what is the natural way of... You see, I'm not a D4 player, yeah. So everything that comes natural to you, it's not natural to me. Yeah, it's very simple.
Yeah, well, these positions I've always tried to avoid with either color, because they're so scary. But
yeah, it is very scary.
This apparently is good.
Oof, H3, and I'm preparing F4. No, this is tough, yeah. But okay, here I'm stacking the exchange immediately. GF, Vamos, I'm happy.
Vamos.
GF, now I'm claiming advantage for black. I'm very, very happy. No, this I take against any human player instantly. Yeah, this is fine. This is brilliant.
Just +2.
Yeah, I don't care. I see all the diagrams from the informant. Black is better. E5 square.
Unclear or compensation?
Compensation, yes. Compensation. Okay, we are about to see, yeah, Queen E7 played, and G takes H5 is what we are expecting, as Jan was instantly reacting with GH. Yeah, because G5 is just good for black. Yeah, that's why white has to take GH. Yeah, and okay, H4, big upload. If Nodirbek plays H4 here, I start to upload, because just for the open-mindedness to even find this idea.
Yeah, this is very deep. But not impossible for him. He's a dynamic guy, maybe GH he doesn't like for a structure or counterplay, and I could see him thinking of this.
Exactly, out of desperation to play this, yeah. Okay, I go knight F3 here. Yeah, I will sack the pawn back. I get rid of one knight and I develop the other one. No, GH5, okay, good. The ward is in order. G takes H5 is the move, of course. That has to be played. And Alex is posing, which means that he thinks that he has an alternative. So GH is not ruled out.
Oof, it looks sick to me, this GH. Yeah,
but yeah,
he goes rook H5 immediately. Yeah,
yeah.
The hand wants what the hand wants.
Exactly, you cannot control it. But yeah, this H3...
This is very, very unpleasant. But
H3 connected with Bishop G2 and then F4, or even directly F4 is a threat already?
I mean, this line, yeah, it depends how you evaluate it, yeah, because I agree, that's in the exchange sec.
Exactly.
But if you decide it's bad, then...
And Nodirbek with all his...
but there's another very unpleasant move here. Which is... takes.
Really? Is this unpleasant? Okay, D takes E5?
Yeah, no, my point is, yeah, you can't take with the bishop or the queen, because then...
Okay, if I could, I would be winning.
Coming, but yes. So you can't do that.
Okay, then I take D5.
Take like this.
And I have this beautiful bishop on D4. It's worth nothing already nowadays. What is going on?
I don't know. I'll have some beautiful pieces too.
Yeah. But okay, yeah, these are all so far from obvious, yeah? So difficult for the players to decide, and this is the first game.
No, so bishop e5 is just a random tactical chance here, and normally you don't even think of such a move, because you're not giving up your beautiful bishop.
And also this means that maybe after h3 you are afraid of g5, that's why you will not even play the move h3. Yeah, this is how humanly you are thinking.
And another thing, how do you feel about this? No, this is strange, yeah?
No, but I just don't know how I feel about h3, because if h3, g5, one assumes that, okay, this is just double-edged, then I would feel like h3 is a little bit a Vachier move over the board. Yeah, I would
think this kind of stuff could be Yakubboev style as well. If you spot this rook a3 resource, I mean, he can calculate.
Yeah, okay,
this is good for white.
But I would normally also say that Uzbek chess school says that this is fine for black. Yeah, it's general. He's about to make the one move on with the h pawn, but will it be h2 or h4?
Or h3?
H4 is more natural, no?
Yeah, but you give up the dream of
the g4
F4,
yes.
I don't know.
If he plays h3, that will be...
It's not like, okay, after h4, Compi says white is better as well. It's not like anything is bad, but it's very interesting, stylistically.
Yes.
Well, the problem is now the black king is not safe anywhere. Apparently it's just a bad position. I mean, it's always with these structures to computer, whatever you do, it's a bad position for black.
H4.
Yeah, it goes h4.
Exactly, yeah. This is
stopping.
No, because I was just thinking, you know, maybe this is also wrong, that in my mind Uzbek chess is like Rustam Kasimjanov. And if to Rustam I show this position that h3, g5, f4 is a possibility, he would be asking me that, Peter, are you kidding me?
Rustam believes that knights and bishops are at least equal strength to rooks. I'm not sure everyone believes that.
But yeah, he has great education and everything. So yes, h4, yeah, it's the more natural move. And you still have with black the issue that you can't play knight v7 because of f4, trapping the knight.
Yeah, it's still very unpleasant. I don't know what you do. Like king f8, king g7, I play bishop d7, b6. Yeah. There's no obvious way forward, no?
Yeah. The big question is, what's white's next move?
Okay, but white has a lot of moves.
We'll develop the bishop g2 or bishop h3. For example, is it in white's interest to trade with bishop h3 the light square bishops? Because normally, I think it's considered in all these banker gambits, and Bannon is that black is happy trading the light squares.
Here it's so weird, yeah, because black can't develop the knight. I mean, we can get the knight out, and I don't even care if they trade it or not. But
we don't want to trade any pieces. Yeah. And otherwise, the Nimzo-Indian idea would be king d8, king c7, but it does not
that way.
Yeah, but it's also not so attractive. By the way, in the Sam Shankland Esipenko game, there is real development, because after c5, rook b5, actually Andrey dared to take cd.
And Sam went ed. He didn't go for queen h5. So they both either saw or both missed this time. But probably they both saw, yeah, like queen a5.
And then this rook c6. Actually, can you just click till the end at what was this rook c6? Because
that was
rook a5 was obvious, and then rook c6.
Yeah, you have to take.
You have to take. Queen takes g5 check.
King goes, takes. Or you can take here first.
Yes.
I don't know which one you want. Let's say takes.
Yeah. Okay. You can just show what. Wow. Yeah.
But with the d3 pawn, we can never lose.
Exactly, yeah. This is, yeah. So basically, because of this, Andrey was feeling happy that, all right, give me the perpetual check, I don't care, but that's all you got.
Yeah. Or the other line, I guess, is similar. Queen g5, king h7 takes, and yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you just take and always
d3,
check
you
this.
Don't care about anything?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Now we know.
So e takes d, played by Shankland.
And then queen f4.
Queen f4, okay. He had this as well, but...
Yeah, but he wanted to touch the rook on c1.
So there's no queen h5.
Yes.
Black looks fine, no? Active enough always.
Yeah, yeah, it should be fine.
Rook c3, rook c8, and then there's some back rank issues.
Yeah,
I'm already wondering, is white safe here? Like,
yeah, I wanted to say if somebody on white has to be cautious.
Ah, but I can just go here.
But he played already, no? He played rook c3.
I played rook
c3. He played rook
okay.
c3, yeah.
Then after rook here...
Is he going rook e3? Is that a move? No, rook e3, rook... Ah, no. Rook d4 is check, queen d4. Is rook e3 a move?
It's a move.
Because I don't want to give up the c file just like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
like
not
white
happy.
Has to be a little cautious at least.
I'm not happy with white, yeah, with this last couple of... Then already was better just to go for queen h5 and give perpetual. But okay, maybe Sam felt like I just don't feel like calculating, and anyway that line ends in a draw. This is fine.
Also here you can... Now this looks normal. You go here. Now we more or less cover everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
this is weak, this is weak. White
this is professional,
worse.
yeah, and even queen e3 is in the pocket in case if something goes wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, then it's probably
it will be a draw, yeah. It will be a draw. By the way, we were thinking that Martinez might get into trouble after this bishop b7 knight d4 sequence of moves, but he was in time to break with a5.
Played knight c7, and here maybe Sindarov took his foot off the gas. He played f4, natural enough, but now this a5 came. Black is in business. Mr. Computer Move Judge, what should white play here, and how human is it?
Well, f4, a5 is very human. That's from black.
Yeah, f4 was played. But
yeah, no, from black's perspective, yeah, that you are very happy. f4, a5, and you are fine. And then there is some super delicate move, yeah?
No, that's why I'm asking. I'm not sure.
Yeah, very tough. Because actually it makes sense what black is doing, fighting for the d5 square, is setting up a5, knight d5, that can be... Could it be that bishop f3, gf? Is that a construction for the c6? No, anyway, a5
I got you
comes.
too freaked out with the engine. No, the move is knight db5.
Yeah, okay, knight b5 was
quite
one
normal,
of my...
I thought,
yeah.
Stopping a5.
If you don't ask me that there is some comment, I would have played knight b5. Yes, so takes, and now what is black doing?
Pressure. That's why I think Sindarov, he missed.
Yeah,
missed the moment, because this looks normal.
Yeah. This is very natural.
And this is just unpleasant.
Because I was highlighting that d5 square is so important, and with knight b5, you get access to the c7 square, so black can never rely on this knight d5. Exactly, let's just show this. This is the key. Knight c7.
No, this I think is sort of a miss by Sindarov, because now it's all gone. Now black is just fine.
Rook takes a5 blitzed out, but now again I see the Ever bar showing something for
Evelbar wanted b takes a.
Oof.
Evelbar is a sicko.
Yeah, of course. After a5,
similar
b8
to the Donchenko game, it is on the other side of the board. ba5, gh5.
Exactly. No. Of course, ba5, rook a5. Everybody blitzes out, and you feel like, thank you very much. I solved all my problems. I'm happy. Life is normal. Is there some tactic with knight b5 again, and then this bishop b6, and the hanging knight on d8 can be Try to use this. Knight takes b5.
Yet, but takes.
Yeah, because you can't play bishop a6 due to bishop takes b6 tactic. That's what I assumed, at least.
I thought this was...
that boom, 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 yeah?
And rook d2, knight c6.
Rook d2, knight c6.
That's fine, yeah? Yeah. Okay, this should be a draw, I'm assuming.
Yeah, this is dead draw. This is absolutely dead draw. All right, because clearly Martinez had calculated this, but was something here missed by Sindarov earlier, yeah? Assuming that because he couldn't have missed a5, he maybe underestimated that he can take with the rook and all this knight db5, bishop b6.
But also, I know it's the computer line, but this is also just nothing for white, so both rook a5 and ba is nothing. Then
okay, but ba5, it's very hard to even take it seriously. You think like you are better, no?
Yeah, I agree. It's an unnatural move, but...
So if after rook takes a5 you are happy, yeah? You feel like if I have a move against rook a5, then f4 is a good move. So can you just show me one more time this knight db5 in slow motion?
When instead of f4?
No, here now, because just in slow motion, because all this boom boom was working out, but how is so knight db5, knight takes b5, knight takes b5. Bishop a6. This is now with a slow motion. Thank you very much. Yes, bishop a6. Yeah, and bishop takes b6. You have bishop takes b5. But yeah, what a surprise! Because normally you think like bishop b6, the rook is hanging, so rook b5 is natural, but that loses on the spot.
Yeah, this we can't do because this is hanging.
This is hanging, and then this bishop takes b5 is the cold shower that from distance you could miss. If you think like I'm actually playing very nicely, everything makes sense, bishop e3, knight d4, f4, and you are enjoying yourself too much.
Yeah, it just works move by move.
Yeah, wow.
And this Jose will spot. Also, he has to. I mean, you're not going to resign, so he will play bishop a6.
Yeah, well, he already spotted, before going. Yeah, he's done to 80 minutes, which means that he spent quite some time making sure that he controls this line.
So, what else can white do? This pawn is hanging. You can go here, and then knight d5, let's say. There's also bishop c5, so it doesn't look like it looks like the moment is gone somehow.
No, once I can't play knight db5, there is nothing in the position, because you get the d5 square and the c5 square. It's automatic.
No, so this will happen most likely. Yeah?
This is now very much this Queen's Indian kind of spirit position, which I played all my life, so I have some feeling for it.
Takes. I was wondering. I mean, this is a draw, of course, but can white continue trying to
dominate the knight?
Annoy the knight.
Yeah, so knight b7, bishop b6, or
it's not even bishop b4, but similar idea.
You can do both actually. Yeah. Try to evaluate this position. Yeah, it's not easy because I just have king e8.
We can win a piece here.
Yeah, no, I have to play like king e8, get closer to my knight, and then how do we evaluate this?
Run. Sometimes the rook, if the knight is bad, can be very strong.
Exactly. All right, so wait a second, because you are not setting anything yet. Can I start with bishop b5 instead of king e8?
Yeah.
Stopping a4.
Also preparing this, maybe.
And rook c8, king e8, and then I will somehow reshuffle.
Rook c8 does nothing.
Yeah.
Here. But still no big deal, like this.
Yeah, with king e8.
I don't know.
I even felt like I would put the bishop on c6 after rook b1.
After rook b1.
Yeah, just to keep an eye on a4.
Yeah, so fine. Yeah.
And then I will break with f6 and king e8, king d6. I will have knight f7 way of getting out. No, I don't think that. But it's such a difficult call for Sindarov as well, that if he doesn't get anything out of these forced lines, then he will have nothing and he feels like he had something in the position. Yeah,
but at least, now, I mean, he has a choice. if he goes knight db5, if he wants this, which is complicated, or the other stuff, which is a draw. No, but
yeah, but okay, he wanted so much more from this game, I believe, so it's not easy to settle. Yeah, this is psychologically...
F4 gave away the one tempo he needed.
Exactly.
This, I think, then he can do
all
this stuff, just keep pressing, and it's unpleasant.
Yeah.
But I wanted to...
Alex played rook a7, by the way, if you wanted to...
Yeah, tough to make moves, yeah, and this...
Have an update in that game.
This might be a bit too much.
Well, at least we know that he wants b6 next, right?
Yeah. But after a5, what does he do?
Well, he's provoking a5.
Yeah, but why?
And e5, yeah. Nodirbek is about to play a5. He wants to lock that.
Got the message.
So, Alex, what is he up to? Can he somehow break
the problem that knight bd7 is not there.
Is not there, yeah.
Then, doesn't this make things even worse? Maybe it's desperation, so he's just making some.
Yeah.
Also, he took some time. No, this looks rough. Of course, it's a risk you take if you play Benoni, especially if you don't know all the details in this game. I'm assuming, I don't know, that f3 is not what Yakubboev plays normally, no? Because it looked like...
But actually it suits his style.
Very principled, yeah.
Yes.
Completely suits him.
And Alex does not play the King's Indian, or does he play the King's Indian?
Sure he does, but...
He plays,
I don't think... I'm assuming the game plan was to play the Grunfeld, which he played in this tournament, and then to play Zemish, if you haven't checked it.
No, but it's always like this, yeah, that if, for example, Nodirbek wins this game, then everybody will say, wow, FC was a brilliant choice in a knockout event. If you think back, what happened to Mishra? He played third move FC, being also very ambitious against Salem, and he picked the wrong guy who was very well prepared, and he feels also the position, and he lost. Basically, it was maybe the most brilliant game of the tournament. It was this fantastic piece sacrifice later from Salem.
Chess will always be slightly results-oriented.
Exactly.
How we evaluate things. But stylistically, I mean, Nodirbek is very ambitious anyway, so I think this maximalist approach fits him with white, because he just believes in himself and in space and all that thing.
Yeah, but Mishra is the same. Yeah, that's why he plays f3. He's so ambitious.
Mishra is...
Still needs some time. Too young, or?
I thought he was more solid in his approach than...
But he plays all the wild things.
It's because he knows them till move 38. No, with black, normally it's like just theory and draw. But... no, of course he's good. It's just because he lost his game, and also Salem
is the wrong. Yes, this is his life.
King's Indian trickery positions.
Exactly, yeah, that was.
But once again, if he wins the game, we would say, wow, Mishra has progressed so much. Amazing ground Swiss. Now he can go f3 against Salem and crush him. So it's always results oriented, small sample size, blah blah blah. Anyway, a5. I don't like this, and the rook is far from home. I like your plan, actually. I mean, sad too. King d8, king c7, but at least we're doing something, getting the king out of the way.
Well, you know how it is, yeah? This is a typical kind of move that, as a commentator, I call out, yeah, king d8, king c7, but if I would be sitting there, I would be seeing this idea, but I would not believe in it, yeah? It just...
Yeah, okay. Or the other way, at least.
Yeah, or the other way, yeah. Somewhere. But basically what... I'm a little bit confused. So if Alex played with rook a7, it meant that he wants b6 next. Then probably there was something wrong with b6 followed by rook a7, yeah, because that would have been so much more natural for him to start with.
Probably wants this anyway, no?
Yeah, he wants this. Yeah, he has
to. He provoked a5. He's not stupid. He knows rook a7, a5.
And there we go. Exactly,
it, yeah? b5. B5. Yeah, okay, same.
b5, ab, rook b7 will be played. Yeah, this is the spirit.
And some stuff like this, yeah. I mean, computer, of course, laughs at everything we're doing, but but now this bishop is bad, yeah. So maybe this. I don't know.
By the way, by now we are having a rapid game here, yeah. Both players under 20 minutes, with 17 each, and it's move what 21 or something like this, yeah. It will be. If the tension remains in the position, then who knows what will happen here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, looking at these plus 2.5, it's hard for me to say. Does this feel comfortable or bad in here?
No, that's why I'm happy that I don't have any engine running, and
But
I think this is kind of nice to have the commentary like this, that you have access to computers' way of thinking, and I can try to ask some naive questions. Yeah, that why are we so worried?
Also, in my defense, I should say, when I tried switching off the computer, I was told, no, we need the bar. Yeah, so I no longer have a choice.
And you have to sit there, because that's the problem. If it's in front of you, even if you don't want to look, you get it.
I do want to look. Okay, anyway, Compi says this is horrible because of all kinds of Compi stuff. Like F5 is winning here, for example.
Okay, but it's not easy giving up the E5 square, excuse me.
Let me play humanly.
Yeah, knight C4,
here
but...
and here, muy human.
Yes, that's a human approach, yeah. That's the typical kind of Benoni stuff. And it's also strong, yeah?
And the human approach is also to stop ignoring Angelica, who's been standing there for 10 minutes waiting to show us something. What's going on?
Well, you already discussed this position of Shankland against Andrey Esipenko and one of the line we discussed. But before going into the variation I would like to show, I wanted to ask you, how surprised are you with Sam taking almost no time and instantly taking on d4? Because of course,
Angelica, well, we need 1 second because we can't hear you apparently. I'm not sure what's going on. We'll try to fix it and be back in 1 second. The mic, there's some issue there, they said. So, we don't know. Someone coming? This is exciting. Okay. Yep, all right. So back to Yakubboev.
Yeah, but things are getting out of control.
Another topic for debate.
Yes.
But no, I think I know the answer. Would you consider this move?
No, no. Automatic, no.
Even to put the knight here, defend the nice pawn?
Yeah, still no. Okay, because I believe in some exchange sacrifice. If you
give... How do you exchange sacrifice?
Yes, that's... Okay, rook takes e5, knight c4, knight d7.
But I'm not taking, I'm taking a6.
You take a6, yeah, that hurts, yeah. No, but the problem is whenever you know bishop e5 is a computer move and it's there, you fight against a computer, you give up already in your soul. Yeah,
it's not a computer move, like, and that's why I'm asking, like f4, okay, compy plays. But this, to me, actually, if you consider it, it looks incredibly unpleasant, no? Because I can't go knight d7.
But I have bishop f4, for example, yeah, and I can sit on the dark squares.
Some squares, yeah.
I sit on the dark squares. Bishop h3, okay, bishop h3 does not hurt me so much. No, I'm happy that I get rid of this.
How can you be happy with an extra pawn on b6?
I'm happy, I don't mind. I have this f4 square, I have a rook on h5, your pawn structure is spoiled, I have a safe king with king f8, I can reshuffle it to g7. I have seen enough Kasparov games, you know, to believe that there should be something in this position.
I've never seen a Kasparov game like this. Pawn down on b6. Yeah. No, I'm trying to find cause for optimism. But here, yeah, I don't think you consider bishop e5. I don't think it's happening. Yeah. But I was just starting to worry.
But I'm really not worried, because I see that with knight d7, rook takes a6, knight e5, I will be able to trade the knight on c4. I don't care about the a6 pawn. I will have these dark squares, and the knight on c3.
But what is there to attack these dark squares?
Well, I don't want to attack anything. I just want to sit on them. Yeah, it's very simple. Okay. I'm a simple guy.
You can sit.
I can sit, just. Yeah.
All right. Let's try again, Angelica. Can we hear you now?
Let's try. Second try now. So one more time, I wanted to say that you discussed already Sam Shankland against Andrey Esipenko, this crazy position where Andrey took on d4. And I wanted to ask your opinion. Were you surprised that Sam didn't take so much time on taking back on d4? Obviously, he should have calculated all this crazy queen h5 lines before playing rook b5. But what do you think? Were you really surprised that he took so fast, Peter?
Well, basically, I feel shocked, yeah, that because he still had more than half an hour on the clock, and it's a change of structure. Yeah, we are always told, like, when there is a change of structure, then take your time. Yeah, and to make a move like ed4 instantly Yeah, of course, if you anyway make ED4 after thinking for 10 minutes, then better if you do it immediately. But I still don't really understand the benefits, because white is not playing for the advantage. Yeah, black with this queen f4 seems to me to be absolutely solid. So I'm a little bit puzzled. And even later now, however, Sam, if you continue the game, he went for rook c3 and then some break with g3. So is he fighting for an advantage, or is he worried that otherwise he's slightly worse? Jan, help us out. What is the voice of reason here?
Wow, g3.
Yeah, what is going on?
I don't know. g3 takes, rook takes. Now black also has to play f6, yeah? Which
okay, but it's cemento. Okay, it's cemento, no?
Is it cemento?
It's cemento.
Maybe.
My cementos are becoming, you know, shaky cementos.
Standards used to be higher.
But before going to the live question, I just wanted to shortly go to one of the lines, because you showed rook a5 and here rook c6 line, but I would like to show another line. Because after rook takes on a5, pawn takes, rook c5, now there are threats in the air, but black is pushing d3. Now rook takes on g5, king f8 is coming, queen g4, and queen can give one check, and then you go back to h8. And basically black says there is no problem, because there is a very strong pawn. Now queen is coming to f5, and here d2 is coming, so the queen is coming now. Queen c5, check, king goes away, and black is sacrificing the queen, but the problem, of course, for white, the other queen is coming, so white will have to keep on giving check, perpetual check, and the draw. So this is one of the lines which could have continued. I mean, your thoughts, Peter, on this?
Well, my thoughts are that, you know, if I would play this game and I just see that there is this tendency of, you know, my king is getting attacked, and then I have to rely on some queen a1 check, king, queen h8 business. Then I say, thank you very much. No, immediately. Even if I calculate further and I see that probably it is a draw, if I have an alternative, I will never take this. Yeah, it's just completely out of control. But of course, Andrey had to foresee something, because he opted for this. He probably believed that I'm fine, and he just wanted to go with the flow. But all the more shocking for Sam that not taking any time on ED4.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one more time about the current position.
Yeah, rook g4 was the key move. Yeah, that's.
And now white is defending the king, and there is.
Yeah, and you can take, and with h4 you are always kind of safe. You can liquidate, and this is what matters, I think, in a practical game. Yeah, that you always know that you have a safety net.
You want to take on f3?
Well, I just thought like white is happy to bail out. Isn't it the case?
And h4 now, or?
Well, that would have been my bailout.
A4, no? D5? Ah, it's still a draw, yeah?
Everything equal somehow.
Yes.
Yeah, not enough material left.
To lead to Rome, yeah.
Exactly.
And one more thing I wanted to ask you about the game of Sindarov, because it was a very interesting moment earlier on. You discussed it. But were you surprised that he didn't go with knight d to b5? Because it looked like the way that he can put pressure, enormous pressure on the queen side of black, and black couldn't really defend, and he went with this f4.
Yeah, my feeling is that, okay, I used to play these Queen's Indians against Kramnik, Gelfand, Aronyan, and I always felt like if I'm, you know, knew from my experience that if I'm not super precise, I give them a chance, they will be super precise. So all the player like, you know, the real master like Gelfand would play knight db5. I'm pretty sure about it. But the younger generation has some other merits. Yeah, they are more dynamic. They are more like, you know, not so precise, but they also don't want to be so precise because they don't think that they need to be so precise. Yeah, it's like a completely different way of thinking, missing, however, this chance. I'm also pretty sure that Jan would have, with his experience, spent like 10 minutes and play knight db5 and put pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, the interesting decision by Sindarov. We'll see how the games evolve.
Yeah, it looks like he's still putting some pressure now, I feel like. I haven't checked what Compi says, but he found some way to continue.
Well, he's fighting against the knight on d8, yeah? Now with a takes b5. Very interesting. Yeah, this is the kind of, you know, this young generation kind of way of finding creative ideas, even if the position is kind of more static.
Yeah, very interesting approach by Sindarov.
So there's still some hope for Sindarov there. Thank you, Angelica, and we'll be back after the break.
We are at the beautiful resort Rio, host to the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and this is your official venue tour. Most players are staying in the hotel itself. As you can see, the bungalows are well spread out. There is so much nature everywhere. It really is a go-in paradise, which is perfect for chess players, as we all know how much they love their walks during tournaments. The dining hall, which gets packed full of players enjoying the cuisine, which is both foreign and local yummy Indian cuisine. This is the entrance to the hotel, where guests are greeted by wonderful friendly faces, funny signs, and of course the FIDE help desk, which is here for every player's needs. I'm here with Matthias Blubaum, who recently arrived. What do you think about the venue and the hotel so far?
I mean, I enjoy the food quite a lot, and I haven't yet, yesterday evening I went to the playing hall the first time. I haven't played so far, so I can't really comment on playing conditions, but it looks very nice, so I'm looking forward to play.
Let's check out where exactly the participants play. The playing hall, where all the chess action is happening. Tickets are also on sale for fans to enter the playing hall and watch their favorite players live. There are so many cool spaces around the venue for fans and spectators to interact, and we're expecting this to fill up very quickly once top players arrive. And as with every major FIDE event, we also have a FIDE merch store. What is available here for our fans?
Hi, so we have different categories. We have all our collectibles, we've got bags, we've obviously got a chess set, we've got stationery, and we have some cool merchandise like your t-shirts and one hoodie by the FIDE itself.
There's also a space dedicated to beanbags and comfy chairs where fans can watch the action on the TVs, but of course right now they're enjoying the live commentary. Right next to the hall there is an awesome fan zone where fans can even get treated to live commentary by some of India's best voices from ChessBase India and Chesscom India. Now let us take you behind the scenes to the video broadcast room, where you've got the hard-working video broadcast and media team, as well as our awesome commentators Evgeny Murozhnichenko and Jan Gustafsson.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome back. Quarterfinals in the World Cup here, and things are heating up. The time trouble is approaching fast. Peter, let's do a quick tour over the board, starting with maybe the least exciting at this point, because things have simplified in Shankland against Esipenko. This is a rook endgame. Let's do a quick count. Draw?
Yeah, kind of. I think that black probably counts on rook e6 targeting the e3 pawn, but if white is somehow able to maintain those two pawns, yeah, probably rook b3, just protecting the e3 pawn makes sense. And then if we can isolate that g5 pawn, then there is maybe something to play with. In any case, white is absolutely nothing, and black is the one who has to show that, yes, you don't have anything to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
There is some small potential for white. Of course, Andrey has played the game quite nicely, and we know he's a great technician. I'm expecting a draw, but still some small questions maybe.
Yeah. I slightly disagree that he played the game nicely. I think he blew a chance. The early middle game, and after that, okay, he tried to simplify when he could have also gone for something more direct, but probably also decided, you know, draw is not terrible, so let's strive for some clarity.
Yeah.
He should manage. But let's switch to the others. Sindarov is still trying to ask some questions here. We've seen this strange sequence. He played knight to c2, king e8, covers the d7 square, a4, and bishop c5. Compi was yelling, is bad, but it's natural, of course, because it keeps the pawn. Compi solution was...
Well, actually, this is a stylish solution. It's not just a Compi solution, but this is very much the Adoyan kind of spirit, yeah, for counterplay and...
Compi and Adoyan.
Yes.
And this is just fine. Well, after bishop c5...
Yeah, now he gets this trouble that white gets the grip.
Very nice move, bishop b5 check, and now, as you mentioned, the d8 knight.
Yeah, that's why Jose immediately breaks with f6 to create counterplay against the e5 pawn with knight f7 breaking out. Should be doable, but white has something to play with. And
can't you play for Paquetto?
Knight is, well, if the knight lands on c4, it will be terrible. So I'm expecting...
He's taking on f6. He's not going for this.
He's taking on f6?
It looked like.
Yes, he's about. He was about to take on f6. That's true, but somehow it feels that helps black. No.
Gives up this prison for the black knight to some extent. Well, if I can get my knight to c4 and keep the pawn on e5, looks like suffering.
Yeah, interesting. Because yeah, suddenly the break I understood that I was searching for the word how to describe the older generation way of thinking to prevent. Yeah, we always like to prevent, and probably the younger generation likes to create something. Yeah, they want to do something. That's the difference in the mindset. E takes f6 is played. Gf6 will be blitzed out, and then what's next?
Not sure what he's up to. He looks optimistic. What's the way? He can still take on c5, of course. You could argue the knight even on f7. If I get my knight to c4, it's not doing so much.
Exactly, because you don't have grip on the d6 square like before.
Yeah, he does take.
He takes.
Still, it felt even more of a stranglehold with the pawn here. One more move he has. I don't know. That doesn't look like it's anything. He can go rook a1 and force the exchange of rooks, but is that anything? No, he just goes king f2.
King f2, but
these two knights shut the rook out nicely.
But somehow I don't know. I can't believe that white can be better. Is computer saying
like
white is better?
Stabilized.
Yeah, knight f7, king e7. If knight gets to d6, suddenly black might also start their potential. Let's not forget about that bishop on b7, which Sindarov used to such perfection to save his game against Frederick Svana. Yeah, this light squared bishop can be a very powerful force.
Yeah, the computer gives 0-3, but it doesn't look that excited.
Yeah, I don't feel it.
But this is compy, and now rook a1, but this looks strong.
Yeah, this doesn't frighten me at all, but yeah, maybe I'm just the wrong person. Yeah, I'm frightened when I shouldn't be, and I don't. This is how I feel whenever we discuss with computer any position. Yeah.
What to do?
That's life.
Even computer agrees. E takes f was not the way. I mean, this.
And can you just show that what computer how to react after knight is this, or what bothered Sindarov? Rook a3 was kind of my instinct. Rook c1.
Rook c1.
And what is the big?
No, he's saying it's nothing special. Black just sits. But I just thought it looked very scary. Bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5 is coming. Okay, yeah, maybe Sindarov had also kind of seen this and felt that I don't want to give black this activity.
Yeah. No, it's not like the position is beyond repair for black no matter what happens.
Exactly.
Just the other one. Felt a bit tougher. Knight f7, I guess, is played.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose.
Okay,
it's natural moves.
Yeah, natural moves and normal moves, and this is what you need in time trouble. But I think, okay, compared to Donchenko's game, this is not quite slow.
No, let's go there.
Let's go there.
But
and
it doesn't look good for our boy.
He just took on h. No, this I don't approve. No, rook h5 I don't approve.
He allowed his bishop to be taken.
No.
We talked about this. Yeah, you wanted to keep the bishop.
I wanted to keep the bishop at all costs.
Okay, computer wanted this, but to take here, now the bishop falls under bad circumstances, no? Takes, queen e3.
And the structure is destroyed.
Now, this is actually b4, amazing move.
Wow.
And everything falls apart, no? Like rook takes b4.
Yeah, then it's like a knockout punch.
Uh-oh.
b4 is like a knockout punch.
Yeah, it is, because you can't stop bc5, and now this is, you have one check, bishop e2. No, this is very bad news. You can see it on Alex's face too. He's in big trouble, and
yeah, no hope basically.
Win this game.
Yeah, no, I was always believing in black that black has some counterplay based on the dark square bishop, but now also with d takes c5 we destroyed our pawn structure. This is hopeless.
Yeah, you can see the confidence on Yakubboev's face. Okay, in this position, even I would be confident.
Yes. And basically,
no, it's just over here.
Yeah, it's over.
Tactic. Yeah. Takes. You have one check. Bishop e2. And something falls. And if you don't do this, then after b takes c5. Okay. While it's just winning, there's not much to say.
I also feel that in many of Donchenko's decisions today was visible the yesterday dramatic.
No, of course he's fatigued, and then probably the line caught him a bit.
Exactly. This is what you don't want to be in after having such a rough tie break.
You can play some theory, you get a normal position, the hand still works, but this was rough.
And we have to give tremendous credit for Yakubboev, yeah, that he sensed it, that he has to risk it. This is the moment to risk with f3 against Alexander.
Yeah, you can see. Time is ticking down, there's no solution. This is a desperate spot. But yeah, rook takes h4, at least practically, is the decisive mistake.
Yeah, king f8 or bishop f4, you have to try any of these moves.
Or even this, I mean, it's not pretty, but...
But okay, this is hard to evaluate. I don't want to give the point yet, yeah? It's... no, basically rook takes h4 was like capitulation. Yeah. And we know how it is, yeah? Sometimes your nerves just give in. Yeah, you just can't take all this pressure anymore.
Yeah, and also sometimes when you're calculating lines and you don't like anything, then you just decide, okay, let's take a pawn at least and see what happens.
Yes.
Miss one detail like this b4 and you can resign more or less. I mean.
Yeah. He played now knight d7, but...
Okay, this is hopeless.
This is completely hopeless, yeah. And also it's a position where you cannot really create any threats against your opponent. And also Alexander is down to 2.5 minutes. Yeah, this is not promising anything good. The only thing Nodirbek has to make sure of that not to rush. Yeah, just to.
Okay, you can still blunder, but it's so unlikely.
Yeah, bishop e2
also
is
super compact.
Exactly.
Yeah, e2, and then you choose your moment to enter.
Yeah.
No, this looks totally hopeless. Okay, we have another draw. No big surprises there in Esipenko, Sam Shankland. After h4, rook a5, rook b3. Sam had seen enough and just offered a draw. Yeah, rook a5 was probably a precise move here, because if you take...
Then even f5, you have f5, and black can actually try to play with this pawn, yeah.
Yeah, nice solution. Andrey always very, very clean.
Yeah, Andrey is...
comes to this technical stuff.
Very
after
clinical.
Rook b3, king g6, now you'd never get the two connected parses, yes?
Yeah, and then there is nothing to talk about, yeah.
Even here you could...
Yeah, he can do whatever, yes.
That's fine,
yes,
but
yes.
Okay, draw agreed there.
I think both players can be quite satisfied because Sam didn't got anything out of the opening. Andrey might feel a little bit disappointed that maybe he could have tried something, but afterwards things got a little bit out of control, so those should be fine.
Yeah, and that leaves us with Sindarov Martinez and Yakubboev Donchenko, where we believe Donchenko is on the verge of resigning. So, is there still tension here, or is this just nothing?
Well,
I'm always scared of Sindarov, and even if there's the slightest thing, I feel it could make some.
Yeah, and also if white would be in time to play, for example, a knight b3, and you have to play c4, and then I can start jumping, I will be very optimistic. So, in my mind, I have this in my mind that the king should reach to d6, protecting the c pawn when the knight touches the c5 pawn. Yeah, but if you will be able then maybe anyway to put pressure with knight a4, and I will be forced to play c4, then I will never be 100% sure. Yeah, so it's maybe a move per move kind of stuff.
Yeah, you know, I was drawing these arrows because I thought black plays c4.
Really? To stop knight b3, but this is not an easy solution. How much time does 4.5 minutes? Okay, c4 is very counterintuitive.
Yeah, this not so obvious. Bishop d5 is also a move stopping.
Yeah, this is what he will play. Yeah, he will play bishop d5. But it means that you have to calculate takes, knight b3. You have to go for some decision. Yeah, he opted for bishop d5. Yeah, this knight b3 had to be stopped, and he goes knight c2.
Knight c2 at tempo.
At tempo, yeah. Just ignoring the thing.
Yeah, he wants knight e3 and then ask the bishop. Yeah.
But okay, now king d7, knight e3, and then knight g4. No, it's not double attack. Knight on f7 protects the h6 pawn.
Yep.
And then already if I get c4, king c5 in, then I don't mind c4, yeah, just so that everybody understands that, yes, I'm worried of c4 if black gets some problem there on the dark squares, but with king on c5, it's a different story.
Okay, let me ask you some silicone questions.
Wow. I'm already worried.
You're not enjoying this.
Yes, exactly, yes.
No,
so basically after c4, I get in trouble, yeah?
Here, no, c4 is fine, but he's saying it's not fully equal.
Yeah, knight a4, yeah, of course you have to stop king c5, and yeah, I'm not enjoying this. Yeah.
Bunch of arrows you can drop.
Yes.
Not so clear what black is doing.
Yeah, and down to...
he goes knight d6.
Down to 3.5 minutes.
Knight e3, what do you do? If check, takes, now knight g4.
Now knight g4. Yeah? Yes, this is a problem. This is dangerous. And can we play bishop b3? Is that a move to try to activate the bishop? Is that the right direction? It's if we would have rooks on the board, it would be very strong. I'm losing a pawn on the spot.
No, apparently not, because you have f5.
f5, yes. Yeah. But then you play knight e5.
Yeah, knight take. Yeah, I thought king f8, but I have g4.
You have g4, but okay, that
still feels a bit strange.
Knight will be locked out. No, but this is not a draw. Yeah, actually, Sindarov is doing some magic. Yeah, knight e3.
He's nodding. He knows there's still stuff to play for.
Yeah, there is still.
Oh yeah, knight g4 is there.
Yeah. It was so easy to underestimate this, yeah, that seemingly, okay, white is playing soft with rook a1, takes, the knight is far away, black should have time to, but I don't like knight d6. Somehow black's king is stuck on e8, all these concrete problems. And down to 3 minutes, and still, how many moves? Still a lot of moves, no?
Okay.
Move 32. Yeah, this is still 8, no, this is not easy.
Black has one good move here.
Wow, okay, then he has to find that one good move.
And by good, I mean only very slightly worse.
But when then f5?
Only move, or not, not only, but...
yeah, but, yeah, I have seen it, but I was not thrilled.
Threat? No, you shouldn't be. But
and you have to calculate, yes, but this is not easy, no, with 3 minutes on the clock, to make a decision like f5.
No, the pawn is not hanging, and this is equal.
It's more like a desperate solution that you feel like there is nothing else, and you play f5, not because you are so happy.
But Compi was so happy, he even said knight e3 is wrong.
That
you should have gone g4.
Just to keep the...
Then if f5, you can...
Then g5, yeah.
You can run. Also not sure why this is so good, but I mean, that's what he's saying. But now f5, yeah. Not easy at all.
Yeah, down to 2 minutes. Very big moment. Of course, there are 30 seconds extra after every single
move. Maybe by...
No, bishop b7. No, it's so difficult.
No, knight g4, and there will be questions.
Both players are nodding. Yeah. Look at this. Yeah, both players are trying to pretend everything is under control, but only one of them can be right.
So this stuff could get relevant.
Yeah, king g7, g5, and let's just highlight king g6. We have knight g8. Yes, so the king has to stay there.
Yeah.
But then we can maybe also play h4, h5 to play on the nerves of the opponent.
Because there's always the b pawns.
Yes.
Black has no complete freedom to like shuffle around.
Exactly. No, it's very unpleasant. It's very unpleasant for black.
And also he can just play this, and then if f5 comes, he can think...
It's happening on the board.
Already. Okay,
yeah, knight g4, f5 on the board.
F5 is there. Now, do you dare to take?
Well, Javokhir is a player who dares,
yeah.
yes.
Also, it's probably just good.
Okay, the big question is if he just ignores and jumps to e5, does he have serious winning chances? Because white should be slightly better, or black is fine then. Because it also looks like a nice...
I mean, it's still torture, but at least nothing direct happens.
Ah, you go to... Okay, this is smart, yeah. You go that way with your king. No, I think it's also Sindarov kind of style to take on h6. He will go for it.
Yeah, also he will understand you have no risk here.
Exactly.
5 h4, and maybe you don't break through, but nothing too bad can happen.
Yes.
Okay, let's just check in with Donchenko if the hunt for a miracle. No, it's also too easy for white. I mean, it's complete control. It's a dream.
The pawn structure is beautiful. The knight on c3, it cements everything. Yeah, the queen on e3 is also lovely.
Yeah, not even anything to touch now. You just lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a hopeless situation. Wow, at this moment.
And no, he's not taking.
Yeah, he's not taking. Yeah, he's going 95.
No.
Okay, which means that he also believes that he's putting tremendous pressure here if he is not interested in capturing that pawn.
Yeah, still. Pawn is a pawn. You get two pass pawns.
And I want to see if with 2 minutes on the clock, will Jose be able to spot this king d8, king c7?
Okay, but king d8 is not forced. I mean, like.
Okay, but to me actually it was kind of a game changer. I felt like otherwise you are sitting duck, you don't know what to do, and I can play like some g3, king e3, and somewhere some knight d3 will be a question. Yeah,
No,
it looks very unpleasant.
So after king d8, I can still do this. c4, and now black is fine apparently.
Wow,
but
really? Yeah.
Because of this.
Oof.
It's always
Okay,
complicated.
yeah, 2 minutes on the clock.
And this.
Try to think
nice,
of this.
but not so easy to give that pawn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not at all. And to judge and evaluate it correctly.
Yeah.
If you misjudge, you just lose on the spot. Yeah.
But now black is just fine. Yeah, amazing. No, this is all very difficult. I don't even know if king d8 is the first move that comes to mind. Oh yeah, he does play it.
He does play it, yeah, wow. Okay. Well, if he comes up with this pawn sacrifice, that will be very impressive.
Yeah, white has many moves, but nothing decisive. b6 you can think about to stop king c7, but it's also committal a bit.
Yeah, but b6 makes sense, yeah, also. Yeah, because if you see that, but first you have to understand that, yeah, after knight d3, black side has to give this pawn, yeah, it's kind of a brilliant idea.
Yeah, because knight d3, of course, is where the mind goes. Yes, c4, knight c5, you're attacking things.
Yeah, and
king
then you
3,
think
king
like
d4,
if he has to play bishop d5 or bishop c8, then I'm having a fantastic position.
Yeah.
So,
because he can still go b6, and then he goes knight d3. No, this is normal. Now, one more big decision.
Moment of truth.
For Jose, okay, c4 he will play. Oh! Ah, no, it's not good, but I just spotted this. But
no, this is
bad.
Yeah, this is knight c5 is a horror. 3 versus 2 business. Yeah, he goes c4.
Yeah.
And the good news for Jose is that I think he can maybe find king c7 by elimination, because if after knight c5 you move the bishop and you allow white to play b6, it's almost like a lost construction. Yeah, so it's very easy to say that you can't do this, and then you have to find king c7.
Yeah, many arrows here.
Yeah, it just lost. Yeah, so knight c5,
still b6.
Still b6, total domination. This knight c5, b6 pawn looks so powerful.
Yeah, here still have this.
Yeah. But yeah, no fun, yeah.
Let's see. Also, Javokhir, if he spots this, he could still change his mind, but then, of course, he gave some tempi, and it's not clear why. No, this is clearly the idea. And if here, I think actually Jose could find this. I mean, it's...
Yeah, by elimination, and then activity, and also is an active player. Yeah,
pawn hangs, 94, you have king c5.
Suddenly all his pieces are breathing, and Sindarov might be regretting his...
Maybe he spotted it now as well.
Yeah, he spotted it.
Because he looked confident, and now he's hesitating. So we have two draws. We have a winning position for white in Yakubboev against Donchenko, and this is the one where anything could still happen. Well, black wins, unlikely, I would say, but...
Yeah, if black saves this, this is a fantastic result.
Although I've seen stranger things, you know, knight c5, king c7, knight e6, king b6, you don't want to make a draw, and all of a sudden you allow king c5, or something happens, or knight takes b5. Of course, he shouldn't lose even there, he's safe, but weirder things have happened.
Yeah, no, but Martinez really finds some impressive defensive moves here already. First of all, that he was willing to give up the h6 pawn, and that was already a very brave decision. And then also here he is maybe setting up this pawn sacrifice for activity. Very nice practical
Also, the more
decision.
Sindarov hesitates here, the more time Jose has to make sure.
Yes.
What he has to do.
And he also understands that the only reason why my opponent does not like the move knight c5 is king c7, because if you give white the chance knight c5, b6, he will play it a tempo. It's not something white is worried about.
Jose is nodding. 26-year-old representing Mexico. He lives there. Was born in Peru. And yeah, great to see. Latin America with him, Faustino.
Yeah, okay, Faustino
New stars emerging.
Is incredible.
There's also this other kid from Argentina I learned here, this Schneider, 14-year-old.
Yeah, also good,
so
yes. Yes, his only problem is that he's from the same country as Faustino, yes? So everybody talks about Faustino. Yes, no, of course, yeah, it's clear.
If you're 14, maybe you're even happy. If let everybody talk about the other guy.
And I will improve, yes.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see. There we see Jose Martinez path to the quarterfinals. Ibic up to Saturov, Sarana, Hare Krishna.
And he jumps back with the knight to e5. Yes.
Yeah, he understood.
He understood.
He can't allow this, but now, of course, king c7.
King c7.
Black doesn't have to think. I mean, like, and this is sort of the scenario I meant. If you keep playing for a win, but you have to jump back, you change your mind, all of a sudden the king comes here. I mean, now Sindarov has to be
Sindarov is not happy.
Careful.
Yeah. One can see on the body language that this little bit came as a shock.
Up,
He's kicking himself, yeah, that why did I play knight d3 then?
No, he understood, which was impressive, that there were chances like to play this for a win, but then he didn't execute perfectly. Maybe he should take more time for taking the pawn. And
yeah, but I think at that moment he saw this knight e5, knight d3, and
business,
yeah, it looks so good. This king d8 is such a double exclamation mark move. I told you that it was a game changer in my mind. Yeah, once you mentioned it, incredible move.
Yeah, now also black's position is easy to play.
Easy to play.
The king, you take the pawn, you can run here.
Is white any better at all?
I don't think so.
I also don't think so, yeah. Maybe you have to play even king e3, king d4, I give the g2 pawn, but I get stability.
Yeah.
And then I'm not risking anything with white. Maybe I can press or maybe I can't, but this is the way to go. And Jose looks around. It just shows that he's very happy, very pleased.
Yeah, no, this game, I mean, White is not in any trouble, but has a lot of signs of overpressing, and then you lose the threat a little bit.
And wait a second, Sindarov under a minute.
Yeah,
40 seconds.
And he goes King E3
King
to his
E3.
credit. No, he's good.
Professional, yeah. Because after King E3, you know that you cannot lose, yeah, this as White.
You probably also can't win.
Yeah, but that's already not the main priority at this moment, yeah.
White is very safe. I mean,
yeah, maybe White can even start to press. Of course, it should be draw, but yes, no, King E3 was the only correct decision. Maybe even just Bishop G2, yeah, and Jose goes for Bishop G2.
The king will keep coming. Now it's still tricky.
Yeah, very tricky.
One move for black to not be worse.
Okay, but if he already took on G2, I guess he goes Bishop F1. I don't know if it's the only...
That is the correct move.
He goes for it, yeah.
Also, of course, normally you cover the pawn.
Exactly. And then King C5 and draw.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Oh, Sindarov has seen enough.
Okay, because Knight B7 check, it's back and forth, yeah.
Knight D6.
Yes.
C5. Yeah, he will kick himself. He missed some big chances there. Yes. Both practically, but even theoretically. After F5, Knight takes H6. I mean, one would have to check further, but I'm not sure Black can save this even with best play.
Yeah, would have been unpleasant. But it was a psychological decision. Yeah, it was a very smart decision by Jose offering this opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Javokhir is telling him something that maybe I should have done that.
Take the pawn, interesting. King F8, G4, King G7, G5.
Yes.
Then my knight can move. I thought it was nothing. B6, yeah, maybe. Yeah, interesting. H4, H5. Yeah, can't go King G6 because of Knight G8. Knight A4, B6,
yes.
C5. At least we can follow the discussion.
We can follow it, yes.
Okay, 3 draws and Donchenko in trouble. Not the outcome of the day I was hoping for, frankly. But
this is life.
It is what it is. Donchenko is now a piece down, which does not help his chances.
And also the position is falling apart, yeah.
You can go Rook G6 if you want to show off. You don't have to. But you could.
Well, he will. This
Maybe
is very
should,
much Yakubboev's style. Yeah, because if you give King G7 and
then with your king,
yeah,
this looks like one of my blitz games where then I lose to some trickery.
Yes, no, like he's about to take on G6.
Yeah, Rook G6 is clean. Yeah, he spotted it now.
Yeah, he takes. Yeah. This is a move that hurts very much, yeah, because you understand that you don't have any practical chances to save it.
Yeah, Knight E6. Anything wins except for this.
Yes.
This is unlikely.
No, of course, but Queen D6 check you include, yeah?
Check.
And that hurts,
Rook E7,
yeah.
which is not what you want.
Yes.
Now you can already do whatever you like. Queen B8, Rook G8. Move the rook anywhere. Okay, it's just over here. What is there to say?
No, a great power performance by Yakubboev. Yeah, very impressive. Also sensing the moment, yeah, how to play against Alex.
Yeah, once again, if he loses, we won't sound different, but he made it. Yeah, he made it look very convincing. E6 played, but after Queen D6, this is it. Will be blitzed out.
For the first time in the game, Black has harmony, kind of.
Yeah,
but
you're losing
exactly.
directly.
Yes, losing on the spot. You are piece down. It's White to move. Too many problems.
Nice now, but yeah, it's.
Basically, yeah, Queen D6 check, and that's it.
I'm not so motivated to do any highlight recap videos, you know. If Alex loses, the other 3 are draws, it's not such a tempting tempting day. Yeah, queen d6 will be played. Also, Yakubboev, he always looks very composed to me.
Yes.
It's not like he gets nervous. No, he
Exactly.
believes in himself, believes in his position.
Yeah, he makes a very good impression. Yeah, Alex gets up.
Okay, that I guess means they made the time control.
Made move 40,
not
yeah.
good news here. So White can now also double check. Yeah, I guess. What's professional? Maybe this is not even the cleanest.
King g7.
We have harmony, but we're a whole piece down.
Yes, that's probably too much, but okay, there is something.
Find a direct win
to hope for, yeah.
Okay, no, apparently there's nothing. Direct, just go away. I mean, like.
Yeah, you can just move. Yeah, knight d4, king d3.
Here.
Oh, here. Okay, if you are piece up, you are dominating, and there is only one check from your opponent on d4. It would be very unfair if this would not be completely over.
So it's completely over? Yeah, the rook is pinned. He can take some time. I think if he wants to be even more cunning, he can give it
yeah,
here or something.
You know, this is very interesting because Nodirbek knows that he's completely winning, and with move 40, it's always kind of scary that do I let the clock run out? But luckily you can see at the monitor.
Confident guy? Yeah.
No, but he looked at his score sheet for sure. You know, you have to double, triple check because he could have just included queen b8 check, queen d6. But yeah, he checked it.
Also, after, 35 years of playing chess, I'm still never completely sure during the game. I made my 40th move, but is it enough for with White to have to make the 41st? I mean, which is insane. I know it's 40, but I have that thought every time.
Yeah, when the clock is ticking down, it's what if, yeah? And then you are very relieved and the clock ticks down and nothing happened. And that's it.
It always feels a little scary if you let the clock tick down on the 41st. Like, am I really not losing on time?
He was about to make a move. It felt to me like rook g4 was the move that his hand was leaning toward to.
That is fine.
It's also the most natural, no? Just to put it on g4, protected square, plus you still keep on the g file open as well.
Yakubboev is the only player who could win the World Cup without facing a single 2700.
There is this scenario, yeah?
Of course, he wins now, then he faces...
it depends what happens in Sindarov against
in the
Martinez.
semi-finals, and then Esipenko in the finals, and there he is.
Not bad. He plays rook g4.
Maybe he wants rook g8, yeah, like... hand now look more rook g8ish.
You think so, yeah?
Yeah.
But I felt if rook g8, then queen b8, rook g8 looks more natural than... No, rook g4. I told you, rook g4. Right. No, his hand was rook g4. I know these kind of things. Rook g4, and it's also very unpleasant for black, yeah? Because basically you feel like you might have to design.
Yeah, it's also Alex's face here. Is it worth continuing or do I resign? But I don't think he will resign. But you can't even unpin, yeah? King e8, rook g8 is not helping. So how do you ask a single question?
Yeah, that's it. When you rub your face like this, you know that it's over. Well, it's very interesting, yeah, that the Grand Swiss was taking place in Samarkand. I guess there were a lot of expectations in Uzbekistan for all these brilliant Uzbek players to succeed, but none of them really got a good tournament. And now they come 1.5 months later to India, and then Nodirbek, Yakubboev, and also Javokhir, Sindarov has chances to get to the candidates. Yeah, just shows that, yeah, it's the things are always out of control. Playing at home, often also
I've never
the
believed
expectations.
in home advantage.
Yes, in chess, never.
Lots of
no,
distractions, more
exactly.
media requests
Expectations.
and so on. Like, and I mean, the fans are great and can give you energy, but also you feel more pressure, and you just sometimes family is there or something. Like, it's just more distractions, and it's not like football or handball where you get the adrenaline of the crowd cheering for you.
Yes.
Even though, here in India, you're coming close. I mean, hearing these Arjun chants, it's not...
Yes, well, basically, I also feel like when you play at home and you play well, then it gives you the energy. But first, you have to start playing well in order to be able to get this positiveness, not the pressure.
Yeah. No, it goes both ways, of course, also. Here at home, you're more used, I don't know, to the climate, to the food, particularly for Indian players. Also, there's many advantages, but yeah, I feel in general, if I can choose, if I want to play, I don't know, in my case, I don't play anymore, but in Hamburg or somewhere else in Europe, I always take some other place.
Some other place, yes. And by the way, the Uzbek kids, because they were absolute kids when they crushed the Olympiad in Chennai 2022, they are feeling like at home in India. Yeah, Olympiad so successful, now they are here doing so great. Of course,
not
it's
such
just
a big trip, not such a big time difference. No.
Yeah, they just feel very impressive.
All right, Angelica, what happened there? Was Javokhir winning earlier?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you're saying, India, special place for Uzbek youngsters. Here we have this position. You discussed shortly that knight h6 would have been a way, and I would like to go deeper in line.
Would be nice.
Just to highlight, how complicated it is, because it's not just knight h6. Because when you play it, apparently your knight is just trapped, and after king f8, you're pushing g4. Now king g7, trying to trap the knight, but of course there is g5, and this line is showing that these pawns are actually very strong, but the knight is trapped one more time, and probably that's something that Sindarov didn't like. Bishop c8 going there, and then b6 is coming forward. Now we want to defend the pawn with the knight to a4. There are two moves which black can play. Black can go with the bishop to b7 or d7. In case of bishop b7, after knight a4, knight e4 check, king is just coming in with king d3 and to the c4 square and taking the pawn. And apparently this knight is super strong. It's holding the king. King cannot escape because the pawn starting the march. But one more time, so tense. Of course, bishop d7 would be a better way. This is what also the computer is suggesting. But now, one more time, very complex line. Now h4 first, then after bishop c6, king e1. Okay, king e2 is also possible, but king e1, just not to run off to some checks with the knight, and also not to step on the light square against the bishop. And after king h7, knight d1, coming back with the knight, knight c4, knight f7, knight b6, knight e5, bishop e8. There's such a complex first move lines from the engine, which gives, I mean, this is not something what you're looking as a player. I mean, if you see that your knight is almost trapped there on h6, I think it's
yeah. Angelica, one question, that there where you made the move king h7, so computer felt like you have to go king a. Is that a zugzwang? Is that a mutual zugzwang? Because of course you don't want to move the king in order that the knight can get into the game, but this also then please judge it during the game that the position will be maybe winnable because it's a zugzwang, but if it's white to move, then you don't know what to do.
Knight c4, knight a4 is the trick here, so you have to sort of pass until white moves the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to basically hold the b7 square,
yes,
with both of the pieces.
Yes.
And of course, it's also very tough to see. And we see we are already we're 5 moves in front, and at constant calculation with such dynamic position, definitely there is an excuse for Sindarov not to go for it. But one more time, chance is also in the middle game was there with the knight d5, knight d to b5.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There is resignation in the game between Yakubboev and Alexander Donchenko.
Yeah, there was nothing more to do. They played 3 more moves after rook g4, f6, queen c8, rook g8, and game over. So Yakubboev is the only winner of today's round with 3 draws. Can we hear them?
Maybe let's try to hear what they're talking about.
Trying, but you guys speak better Russian than me.
Tough day for German Grandmaster.
What to do? It's already an amazing tournament for him, and with the tiebreak yesterday and black today, of course, was a tough spot. But credit Yakubboev, played a great game and found the weak spot also where to try today. So good job by him.
But tomorrow he's having white pieces, so there is some chance to strike back.
It's always a chance, although here, I think you showed us the statistic earlier, no, that if you lose in classical, it's very, very difficult to come back. There are the results. 3 draws, and Yakubboev wins his game. So that means Donchenko has to win tomorrow on demand to come back, and if anybody else wins, they are in the semi-finals directly. If not, more tiebreaks. Peter, how many tiebreaks are you expecting at this point?
Well, I don't know. I just wanted to highlight quickly that I think with this victory, Yakubboev for the first time in his life reached 2700 plus on the live rating list. I have been expecting him to join this club already after he won with fantastic play the Qatar Masters in 2023. And yeah, regarding the tiebreaks, well, whenever there is a draw, it looks like, of course, professional players, good players, draw is a natural kind of result. But with all this tension, and we are just one classical game away from reaching the semi-finals, yeah, I think so much nerves will be in play tomorrow that I don't dare to judge anything.
I'm saying Martinez, Sindarov draw, and Arjun will certainly try with white, but I think Wei Yi is solid enough that he will hold him to a draw as well. And Andrey will try with the white pieces.
Yeah, he will try. No, this I can also say that people will try, but if they succeed, it's another question.
Yeah, I mean, truly unpredictable tomorrow, but I do think that Arjun will still try with the white pieces against Wei Yi, although he won with black pieces against Arnan, so he's absolutely unpredictable. He's very strong, extremely strong. But also Sindarov, I mean, had chances now in the game. Will Jose Martinez try to push with the white tomorrow? We'll have to find out.
More tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching the show. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the FIDE Chess YouTube channel. We would also like to thank the organizers and partners of the FIDE World Cup in Goa, the All India Chess Federation, Sports Authority of India, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports of India, the Government of Goa, and the Sports Authority of Goa. That's it from us. Thank you to Angelica. Thanks, Peter. Thanks to everybody sitting in that other room doing the real work. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.